Chapter 780. The corners of the old woman's mouth twitched as she remained silent. It was the Chi refinement warrior who looked like a beautiful lady from an aristocratic family who explained, "Grand Marshal Uncle, you don't know this. The reason why this fiend was demoted to a human cat is that he has a notorious reputation throughout the spring and autumn period. He has always been side by side with the top three, Huang Longshi, and the Prince of Northern Liang, Su Xiao, as the three great devils of the world. Besides the fact that Han Shengxian is the most powerful official in the Liang dynasty and the close attendant of the Zhao family's emperor, he has always liked to torture and kill first-tier experts. Among the four great grandmasters of the martial arts world of the previous generation, the talisman General Hong Jia, who made all the Qi refinement warriors in the world helpless, was stripped of his talisman armor by Han Shengxuan's bare hands. He tore his body apart and hung his head on the flagpole. Even the red armor talisman generals are like this, let alone those first-grade Vajra realm Jianghu experts. The Northern Mang's martial arts evaluation is more or less a tie. If it wasn't for this great eunuch secretly killing countless Vajra realm Jianghu experts in the past 20 to 30 years, and a few of them being made into cruel talisman armors, causing the entire Jianghu to suffer a great loss of vitality, the Liang dynasty would definitely have more than 5 people on the martial arts ranking list. The beautiful woman looked at the old woman carefully. Senior Uncle Master comprehended the 3 Zhong Shintong from Celestial Realm. Maybe Han Jiaoxi saw through it, but I don't know why he didn't do anything in the end. The young woman said, "Oh." She kicked the snow gently. Her eyes were bright, and she was eager to try. The male Qi trainer, who made a fool of himself by sitting on the lake, snorted, "No matter how invincible Catman is, he is not really invincible in the world. Otherwise, Chao Guanzi wouldn't have entered the palace so many times. How would he dare to challenge our Guanyin sect alone? He was a typical frog in the well. There was no shortage of such people in the big sections. The mouth of the well was just a little bigger, but they thought it was as big as the world. However, although Guanyin sect was isolated in the South Sea, it really had the foundation to be arrogant and look down on the Jianghu. However, this Qi refinement warrior's arrogance was somewhat inappropriate in the face of the Hanjiao Temple, which was one of the few top-notch experts. The old woman didn't help the younger generation to look down on the Jianghu on the land. She shook her head and said bluntly, "If Han Shengxian really wants to kill someone, only the master of our sect can fight him after he comes out of seclusion, and the chance of winning is very small." As soon as she said this, there was a sudden silence. The old man in black walked all the way until dawn. He came to the outside of Jiangnan's Shenwu city. The city gate was not open. He waited quietly outside, mingling with some people who came from outside the city. At night, there was a foot of snow inside and outside the city. An old villager in thin clothes drove a cart of charcoal across the ice path at dawn. In order to sell it for a good price, he and the cart had obviously come early. There was still a period of time before the curfew was lifted. The old man selling charcoal knew that the winter snow was very cold. He got off the cart and fiercely stomped his feet, shivering. He couldn't bear to use his shoes to sweep the snow away. He bent down and used his hand to sweep a small space beside the cart. Only then did he pick up his young grandson, who was wearing a tattered cotton felt hat, and let him stand in the circle without snow. The old man and the young depended on each other. Neither of them felt at ease leaving the other. They could only grit their teeth and bear the bone-piercing cold in the snow. The child's skin was dark, and his body was skinny. He leaned against the cart to block the cold air. He didn't forget to stand on his tiptoes and hold one of his grandfather's hands, trying to help warm it up. The scholars in the city who wore fur coats and brocade could take advantage of the snowy weather to write poems around the stove. The burning charcoal was as warm as spring. they could eat and drink to their heart's content and moan a few sentences about how spring would come if the winter wasn't austere. How could the newly frozen brush be too lazy to mention? How could the mellow wine in the clay stove be warmed? However, very few people knew that in this kind of weather that could kill people, the poor people would be so miserable that they couldn't bend their knees. The old man in black, with a head full of silver frost, glanced at the top of the city wall, and then looked at the pair of grandfather and grandson who were selling charcoal. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. Since they weren't people of the palace, he didn't care about Jianghu matters and didn't kill Jianghu people. After leaving the palace, he didn't care about Jianghu at all. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have already killed the group of qi cultivators who were unwilling to submit to the court last night, especially that old woman. To him, he was no longer the powerful Han Jiaoxi in the palace. He was just the eunuch Han Shengxian, who had abandoned his own son. Before that pitiful woman died, she entrusted Zhao Kai to him and not to the son of the Zhao family. The kindness of a meal was enough for Han Shengxian, who could distinguish between kindness and hatred in his life, to repay it with his life. Han Shengxuan's eyes turned cold. The city gate slowly opened. A woman in white walked in slowly. She walked to the back of the cart and quietly pushed it. The old man who was selling charcoal noticed that something was wrong. He sighed and pulled the old bull to stop the charcoal cart. The young child with frostbite on his fingers jumped down from the cart. He looked at the fairy sister behind the cart with a confused expression. The woman stood still and asked with a smile, "Why did the cart stop?" The child didn't dare to speak. The sister in front of him was really too beautiful. The grand uncle of Guanin's sect bent down and touched his head. He smiled and said gently, "I'm selling charcoal, girl. What about you?" The child hid his hands behind his back and answered timidly, "Beside the water." He quickly added with a red face, "My mother gave birth to me beside the water." The woman laughed and said, "Then you can call me Sister Selling Charcoal." The child didn't have such courage. He mumbled and didn't dare to answer. He ran back to the front and hid beside his grandfather. The barefooted woman leaped onto a rag laid on top of a cart of charcoal. She sat down quietly, and the old ox moved even more briskly. Han Shengxian, who was surging with murderous intent, retracted his hand and didn't enter the city. He waited quietly for Su Fengnian. Chapter 781, not included in the update on the 28th. The heavy snow in Jiangnan finally subsided. The two carriages slowly traveled on the road. Along the way, many willows on the side of the road could not bear the heavy weight and were crushed by the snow. After entering Jiangnan, even Wu, a young man with a lively personality, gradually became indifferent. According to the geographical map, the city ahead was already more than 800 li away from the capital. Everyone knew what this meant. At dusk, the carriages that had not encountered a resting place since the early morning stopped at a rather brand new large temple. Despite the frigid weather, there was still an endless stream of pilgrims. The people in the carriage wanted to ask for a vegetarian meal to fill their stomachs. After getting off the carriage and seeing the plaque, a middle-aged Taoist with 3 long swords on his back suddenly smiled, knowingly. Dragon Tiger Mountain and Wudong Mountain, in the battle for the ancestral court of Taoism, the latter was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Who would have thought that in Jiangnan there would be a Taoist temple dedicated to Zhenwu the Great Emperor? After entering the temple and taking a seat, perhaps because the Taoist in the temple saw that the guests were wearing Wudong Taoist robes and had an extraordinary bearing, it quickly alerted an elderly Taoist with an extraordinary position in the Zhenwu temple. He personally received this group of guests. After asking, he found out that Wang Xiaoping, one of the most senior Taoists of Wudong Mountain, had personally come. After the initial shock, his entire face bloomed with a smile, and he repeatedly said that he was honored by her presence. Although Dragon Tiger Mountain suppressed the world's famous caves, relying on the fact that it had the same surname as the Son of Heaven as well as the foundation of a few feather minister to create momentum in the eyes of the secular world, the approachable Wudang Mountain, especially the few Taoists on Big Lotus Peak who did not easily leave the mountain, also had the air of an enlightened immortal. Wang Xiaoping's travels in Jianghu with the Shuntu talisman sword in his hand, beheading countless demons and monsters along the way, had long been widely spread in Jianghu. When Su Fengnian and the others were eating, they chatted with the Taoist priest and found out that this Shenwu temple was destroyed during the Spring and Autumn War. Afterwards, the local rich and powerful men spent several tens of thousands of taels of fine silver to build it. It occupied an area of 8 mu, which was actually against the law. However, the Shenwu city had received a lot of incense from the old Shenwu temple, so the parents and government officials were happy to see it happen. Therefore, they turned a blind eye to it. After the vegetarian meal, the old Taoist priest personally led the group of outsiders to the Shenwu temple. There were side halls on the east and west sides. In the main hall, Zhen Wu Great Emperor was standing on a turtle and a snake. On both sides of the walls were pictures of clouds. Before Su Fengnian entered the hall, he wanted to do as the Romans did and burn a stick of incense. However, he was stopped by Wang Xiaoping. The old Taoist priest glanced at him and did not think too much about it. Su Fengnian stood in front of the futon and thought about the time when the 4 of them went to Wudang. His eldest sister was wandering around while his second sister pulled him to the back of Zhen Wu's statue. He saw with his own eyes that she used a dagger in her sleeve to carve a line of small words, banished to the 3,000 miles. At that time, he was still a child and only felt that his second sister was so rebellious that he wanted to vent his anger. Su Fengnian looked up at the statue and exhaled a long breath. It was the first time the old Taoist priest had seen such a young and white-haired pilgrim. For some reason, all the pilgrims were gathered outside. At this moment, the main hall was strangely quiet. The young masters in front of him had a head full of snow, wearing white clothes and shoes. Under the contrast, the main hall was like a god in a trance. It was as if the statue of Shenwu Great Emperor had some indescribable immortal aura. The weathered Taoist priest, who had always been curious about the Wudang sword maniac Wang Xiaoping, could not help but feel strange. Su Fengnian, Mount Hui purple-clothed Xianyuan Qingfeng, Wang Xiaoping with 3 swords on her back, Blue Bird with her instant spear quietly hidden under the carriage as a shaft Wu the young man, and Lu Wenbao, who was full of passion and wanted to go to Beiliang to fulfill his ambitions. These 6 people walked out of the Zhenwu temple, filled with incense, and walked towards the carriage. Before entering the carriage, Su Fengnian suddenly said to Xianyuan Qingfeng, "Stop here. Master Lu Hao is secretly moving to the capital from the south, to the descendants of the Lu family. Go and kill as many as you can, but don't force yourself too much. It's best if you don't reveal your identity. Also, don't wear purple-clothed clothes. After all, your base is still in Mount Hui within the Guangling Dao's territory." Xianyuan Qingfeng looked at him coldly. His limpid eyes were filled with undisguised anger. Su Fengnian did not take it seriously. "Since you've decided not to do anything, then let's part ways for now. It's better than distracting me when the time comes." Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered and asked straightforwardly, "Are you holding a grudge against me for not helping you stop Han Jiaoxi, or are you afraid that I'll turn around and stab you in the back?" Su Fengnian glanced at him indifferently. Both. Xianyuan Qingfeng glared at Su Fengnian and said good 3 times in a row before leaving. Su Fengnian looked at Blue Bird and asked gently, "Is everything arranged?" She nodded slightly. Su Fengnian lowered his head, and bent his waist before entering the carriage and sitting cross-legged against the wall. Lucio had followed him like a shadow on both occasions. Naturally, this damn fatty was not following him around to eat his dust or watch his royal highness make a fool of himself. The old troops of Baeliang were scattered all over the place. The Battle of Iron Gate was enough to show poison warrior Li Yishan's generosity. Moreover, there were more similar arrangements that were not limited to one place or one time. Most of these brave old generals and soldiers had indeed left the army for various reasons. However, many of the elites had chosen to lay low and hide in the court and the marketplace. Baeliang had now completely torn off its last layer of face with the emperor. Since Su Fengnian was certain to become the next king of Baeliang, it was time for these chess pieces to be pulled out and move closer to the barren land of Baeliang. All of this was carried out in an orderly manner according to one of Li Yishan's tricks. However, there was one hidden force that had gathered to specifically target Han Jiaoxi. One group of light cavalry had 600 men. The other group of heavy cavalry had 300 men. One mountain of bandits had 200 desperados. They had the smallest number, but their fighting power was the strongest. This was because the Baeliang had recruited and raised nearly 80 men from Jianghu. Aside from the last group of hidden forces that had tried to kill Han Jiaoxi, the first two groups had moved out in an emergency, which did not comply with military law. After they had completely surfaced, the local authorities were caught off guard. The provincial and county officials were all dumbfounded and did not dare to act blindly without thinking. They could only pass on military intelligence through the courier at top speed. They were all like ants on a hot pan, afraid that if such a large number of elite soldiers collectively rebelled, it would cause them to lose their official status. In contrast, in the capital, Song Tonglu, the head eunuch of the Internal Officials Directorate, had suddenly become the head of the Ceremony Directorate. The number one eunuch in the world, Han Jiaoxi, had died of old age in the palace for no reason. To the local officials, this was a shocking news that was far away on the horizon. After the huge ripples had died down layer by layer, it did not affect the local government at all. For the first time, Wang Xiaoping sat in Su Fengnian's carriage. She asked, "Are you really going to use hundreds or even thousands of lives to fill that bottomless hole?" Su Fengnian calmly said, "There's no other way. As long as Han Jiaoxi is alive, I won't be at peace. Since he dares to openly intercept me, of course I have to do my best to teach him a lesson." Wang Xiaoping said no more. Her expression was not very good. Su Fengnian placed the Baeliang knife that had accompanied Su Xiao his entire life on the battlefield on his knee. He said quietly, "Since I've already come this far, there's no turning back. I won't say nonsense like merciful people don't command troops, but I really don't have the energy to tangle with people outside of Baeliang. I might as well do it cleanly, just like the scene outside the curtain. It's a vast expanse of whiteness. Those who want to die, go die. Those who don't deserve to die, try to survive." Su Fengnian muttered to himself. Su Xiao said that unless it was absolutely necessary, Baeliang's 300,000 iron cavalry would not step on the central plains. Otherwise, in the past 20 years, if Baeliang had attached itself to Beimang and raised its troops together to the south, their lives would certainly be better than now. But in the end, a person still has to have a bottom line. In Su Xiao's words, even if a family has grievances, it's best if they come to an agreement behind closed doors. Even if they can't come to an agreement, they'll just set up their own house. At most, they'll build a small courtyard, and the family will never interact with each other again. It doesn't matter if there are thieves or bandits outside the door. As long as Su Xiao is standing at the door, there's no reason for them to open the door to thieves. Su Fengnian chuckled to himself. In the beginning, I was afraid of death partly because Su Xiao had already been cursed so much. If he betrayed the Central Plains because of an unfilial son like me who couldn't be helped, and was cursed as a slave of 2 surnames in his old age, then when I died, I wouldn't have the face to see my mother. Wang Xiaoping remained silent. They were getting closer and closer to the Shenwu city. The galloping of the 600 horses sounded like thunder. Su Fengnian left the carriage. The rider opposite him dismounted and knelt down to welcome him. Soon after, the 300 riders and 200 men arrived at almost the same time. Su Fengnian rode alone on a riderless warhorse, leading the way. In the wind and snow, a black-clothed man could be vaguely seen, guarding the pass by himself. What happened next was horrifying. It was only at this moment that Wang Xiaoping was truly willing to deliver the 3 swords. The world's number 10, Han Jiaoxi, stood in the way. When they saw the white horse in the lead, they began to charge at each other. Su Fengnian and his horse did not slow down at all. They sped up and galloped wildly. Chapter 782. After the barefoot woman, who claimed to be selling charcoal, entered the city on the ox cart, she helped the grandfather and grandson sell the charcoal and then walked towards the city gate. Based on a woman's intuition, she firmly believed that the human cat was waiting for the white-haired man in the Yuyan mountain villa to defeat her sect. She did not go straight out of the city. Instead, she climbed to the top of the city wall and sat on the city wall, swinging her legs. If a chi cultivator wanted to ascend, there was a shortcut that would not change for thousands of years. That was to slay an evil dragon and swallow the ink bead into the stomach. After nourishing it for 60 years, according to historical records, it would grow horns on the top of its head and become half dragon and half human. In the future, it would be able to pass through the gate of heaven and enter the dragon palace of Jianghai. She felt that her opportunity had come. The 600 light cavalry General Lu Song had a clean background. Over the years, his resume was submitted to the capital's Ministry of War by the prefectures and counties. There was nothing out of the ordinary about his resume. He was in the prime of his life when West Chu witnessed the Great Peace City incident. Not long ago, he received a secret order from the Ministry of War that promoted him by 1 rank. He was going to personally lead more than 1,000 cavalry troops and participate in the hidden encirclement formed by a few rebellions in the old areas of West Chu. Lu Song was born handsome and elegant. His only flaw was that he was addicted to taking medicinal bait hanshi powder. Every time it was cold, he would walk barefoot in wooden clogs, wearing a long belt and wide sleeves, walking like the wind. The 300 heavy cavalry General Wang Lin was the complete opposite of the scholarly General Lu Song. His style was domineering. He was born in a village that only took root at the end of the spring and autumn period. The 300 elite cavalry soldiers were the soldiers of the Wang family who did not want to be controlled by the emperor. They did not fight among themselves and bullied their own family members. They only wanted to harm the neighboring counties. A few years ago, it was very troublesome for the prefectural governor. Wang Lin's father was a veteran who had survived hundreds of battles during the spring and autumn period. After he and a few of his brothers took off their armor, most of them had left in the past 20 years. However, they still left behind a family property that couldn't be underestimated. Unfortunately, Wang Lin was a prodigal son who had a strong sense of brotherhood. He would gather people to talk about war on paper when he had nothing to do. Even though it was obvious that there was no war in the world, he still spent at least 200,000 taels of gold and silver on the cavalry. He bought horses, bought weapons and military equipment, opened a martial arts arena, and so on. He was a big mouth that could eat money. Fortunately, after the 300 cavalry were formed, they didn't cause any trouble for the province. the Wang family's 300 cavalry would go to the quiet plains to train their soldiers. If they took off their armor, they would be dragged deep into the mountains and would only come out of the mountains after a month. The officials only thought that when the Wang family's property couldn't be sustained and the family's fortunes declined, Wang Lin, this newborn calf, would stop. They didn't expect that the 300 cavalry would gallop for several hundred li and head straight for Shenwu City. Privately, they guessed that some young master in Shenwu City got jealous and angered this love-struck madman, who often got angry because of his lover. Wang Lin led 300 elite cavalrymen with official status to clear the way. Behind him, more than 200 valiant and strong men also rode on their horses with their swords wrapped in cloth. Wang Lin had an old friendship with these bandits who had set up camp on Mount Jin. Every time they entered the mountain to train the soldiers, both sides would usually have a big fight in the dense forest without weapons, attacking and defending each other. Each fight would last for half a day or a month, and they were allowed to injure each other but were not allowed to kill each other until one side was symbolically annihilated. Originally, Wang Lin used the iron law of military law to govern his troops, so his combat power was considerable. Naturally, he won more than he lost. However, this year, dozens of unfamiliar faces had come to Mount Jin in batches, and they were not easy to get close to. Occasionally, they would get into a fight because they were itching to fight. Even if there were only 20 of them, they would always make the Wang family's disciples suffer. Especially that woman with the surname Run. Her attacks were ruthless. Over time, one side was willing to fight while the other was willing to fight. Thus, it could be said that they had a good friendship. After all, the two groups of people were basically of the same breadth and branch and could be connected for thousands of miles. Northern Liang, Chapter 783. This time, there was no warning at all. It could be said that all the elites had been mobilized. A few hidden leaders who didn't show their faces at the moment gave a straightforward and cold-blooded statement to the three forces. If they succeeded, they would be rewarded with glory and wealth. If they failed, they would smash their heads outside Shenwu City. Wang Lin didn't have too many misgivings about this. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. The father and son of the Wang family were able to achieve what they had today because of his father's painstaking efforts. He didn't hesitate to fill the dog holes with gold and silver. In fact, Wang Lin knew the truth better than anyone else. For example, the steward of the Wang family was the one who truly hid his strength. Wang Lin's martial arts skills all came from that seemingly scholarly teacher. In this world, heirlooms passed down from generation to generation could be sold. Talents and knowledge could be sold. Women's bodies could be sold. Relationships could be sold. Only idiots would be willing to sell their lives. Wang Lin cherished his life and was even more afraid of death. However, he was willing to gamble. If he was going to gamble, he would gamble big. If it was a small matter, he would be a surplus general for the rest of his life. A dozen people, including Run Shanyu, were the last group of Beiliang's lackeys who had secretly sneaked into Jinzi Mountain from Beiliang. Although she was as seductive as a famous prostitute who sold her body and smile in the prefectural city, her every move was charming and seductive. However, Rin Shanyu wasn't tall. Even though she was almost 30 years old and looked like a young girl who hadn't fully grown up yet, she was petite and delicate. She carried a pair of Xian Hua axes and chopped people up like she was chopping pork. After many years of evolution, Jinzi Mountain had become a mix of good and bad people. After she went up the mountain, a few ignorant fellows sneaked into her house in the middle of the night. The next day, the gang members of the stronghold saw minced meat on the ground outside the courtyard. Several wild dogs and domestic dogs had eaten the minced meat. Later on, after Rin Shanyu got angry and chopped people up several times, her favorite action was to rub the bloodstains on her bulging chest with her axe. Only God knew how such a baby-faced woman could have such a magnificent chest. Previously, when the three forces converged, they opened their eyes wide and finally saw the main person. Whether it was Lu Song, Wang Lin, or Ren Shanyu, these desperados, they were all surprised. Was the next leader of Bailiang? This made Wang Lin a little puzzled. What kind of mortal enemy could make the heir of Bailiang go to such great lengths to save his life? Ren Shanyu's beautiful eyes wandered. In the past, it was always lecherous men who stared at her without blinking. Today, it was her turn. Ren Shanyu was only a second-rate figure among the Jianghu people in Bailiang, compared with second-level supreme power masters like Big Sword Lu Qiantang and with Xu Xiu of Nanjiang. There was still a gap between them. She could only lick the blood from blades in secret places. How could she have the chance to see the young man who was once famous in Bailiang and was now famous in the world? Along the way, she stared at the heir in white, who was riding side by side with Lu Song. During the ceremony in the capital, there were two magnificent feats. One was tearing apart the imperial road with one saber strike, and the other was beating up Gu Jiantang's adopted son like a dog outside the main hall. Ren Shanyu was skeptical about this. Finally, they approached the holy martial arts city. Lu Song, Wang Lin, and Ren Shanyu, who were elites in the front line, all knew in an instant that even if there was only one person on the opposite side, it would be a life-and-death battle for all of them. The black-clothed old man had a kind of momentum. He had the strength to uproot mountains and rivers and destroy cities. Outside the holy martial arts city, there was a solemn atmosphere. The ground was wide and flat, which could allow hundreds of riders to charge in an orderly manner. Lu Song and Wang Lin, who were good at riding, looked at each other and saw the relief in each other's eyes. But when they realized that His Royal Highness was leading the charge, they were a little panicked. If this guy died, their lives would be completely over. Logically speaking, Lu Song and Wang Lin, who were good at leading troops, should have taken the chance to charge forward. But for some reason, when they saw the black-clothed old man and the white-clothed white horse start to fight in a straight line, they forgot to give orders. Not only were they and the 800 riders behind them slightly dazed, Ren Shanyu and the 200 bandits were also stunned, especially the number 1 bandit of the Gold Word Mountain, who had the appearance of a young girl but was naturally charming. Her eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Killing intent rose outside the city. Inside the city, there was an inconspicuous scholar in blue robes. His figure was slender. Maybe it was because of his handsome face, but he gave people the feeling of being gentle and weak. His fingers lightly twirled a piece of willow. A piece of willow in Baimang. When a piece of sword energy stabbed into the heart, it was rumored that as long as it was not an immortal of the land, even a first-rank expert would die obediently. He had a slight smile on his face and a lazy expression. In Great Peace City, he had not been able to kill the target inside the horse's weave, causing waves in Liang and Bailiang. It was fine. It was not bad to fish in troubled waters outside Shenwu City. In the north of the city, a young girl carried a withered yellow sunflower that had lost its petals. She walked along the perimeter of the city walls and skipped towards the east of the city. Occasionally, there would be people who woke up early and saw this young girl. They all felt pity. She looked quite normal, but there seemed to be something wrong with her head. In the east of the city, Su Fengyan urged his horse to gallop. Maybe it was because he was impatient and in a hurry to fight. He was not satisfied with the speed of the war horse. The war horse knelt down with a plop and leapt forward. Su Fengyan's figure swayed as he rushed forward in his white robes. In an instant, they were only 10 steps apart. Su Fengyan's palm flipped outwards and twisted inwards. His steps were light and had an indescribable elegance. He raised his elbow and coincidentally flicked away the arm of his mortal enemy, Han Jiaoxi. His hands suddenly wrapped around the human cat's left arm. With a swing, Su Fengnian, who had reached the peak of celestial phenomenon through unorthodox means, threw this great demon of spring and autumn towards the top of the city wall. It was done in one go. They could vaguely see the black robes smashing towards the city wall like a catapult. His feet tapped on the wall, and he bounced back at an even faster speed. What was fast in the blink of an eye was slow for the two of them. Han Jiaoxi's palm pushed against Su Fengnian's forehead. The black robes pushed the white robes back more than 20 zhang. At this time, everyone realized that the city wall was shaking. Snow had fallen to the bottom of the wall. Su Fengnian didn't just have a cold blade at his waist. He also had spring and autumn on his back. Han Jiaoxi waited for Su Fengnian to stand still before he slowly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arm full of red silk. What a good fight between the white robes and the black robes. What a good fight between white hair and white hair. Chapter 784. Han Jiao Temple rolled up his sleeves under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Strands of thin, red rope floated in the air like small red snakes. They were densely packed together like mayflies, making one feel intimidated just by looking at them. Giving life to a dead object had always been the symbol of a celestial state master. For example, Chen Jibao was able to turn the plum wine from green to purple. Other than the fact that the plum wine was not ordinary, it was also closely related to his sudden appearance as a Confucian saint. Most of the past sword masters were also able to make a common sword communicate with the spirit, just like how a senior monk said that a stubborn stone nodded. Han Jiaoxi did not rush to strike while the iron was hot. He put two fingers together and wiped the red cloud on his arm. The more relaxed and calm the cat was, the more suffocating the thousands of people opposite him felt. Some sharp-eyed people, especially the lackeys from Beiliang's prison, had already guessed Han Jiaoxi's identity. This eunuch had experienced ups and downs in his life and had faced countless enemies. His martial arts achievement had always been regarded as a mystery. At that time, when Han Shengxian was still young, he flayed the red armor with one move. It could be said that he was born out of nowhere. This also opened the curtain of a new generation of Jianghu. After that, the green robe of Fengdu disappeared without reason. The North Spear fairy Wang Xiu was killed by his disciple Chen Jibao. Even someone as strong as Li Chungang also ended the Jianghu with the matter of borrowing a sword after the Battle of Guangling River. Han Jiaoxi looked at the young man opposite him who acted out of line and twitched the corner of his mouth. At first, he did not think that this person would dare to take the lead. According to common sense, the higher one's position was, the more one cherished fortune and fate. Fortune and fate were like water. If one did not put in the effort to gather the wind and gather the water, not to mention the continuous good fortune of their descendants, they might not even be able to protect themselves. This old man's song, the leader of the literary world, was like this. However, with Han Jiaoxi's eyesight, after one move, he could see that Beiliang's momentum was just a low-level borrowing. Taoism invited gods to the heavens, Buddhism had Dharma subduing. Both were considered unorthodox, but their roots were orthodox. Southern Xinjiang's voodoo was the most insidious. It borrowed power from evil things and became a puppet of a mother and son. Han Jiao Temple knew that Su Fengnian had temporarily borrowed his realm from an otherworldly item, but what surprised him was this clumsy action of sacrificing 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. However, Su Fengnian did not seem to have suffered much from the backlash. After being forced back by his palm, he still managed to maintain his composure. His qi was not scattered, and his true form was not revealed. Han Jiaoxi was too lazy to ask. He also disdained to talk nonsense with a person who was about to die. Whether he was a donkey or a mule, it was nothing more than taking him out for a walk. Han Jiaoxi did something that made everyone feel funny. He bent down and pinched a loose snowball that was not too solid. Many old people would become unreasonable like a child when they got older, but who would think that Han Jiaoxi was so incompetent? Han Jiaoxi slanted his palm and pushed gently. The snowball fell to the ground, but it did not fall straight down. It leaned to the side of the post road, where there was a lot of snow that had not been cleared in time. The deepest part of the snow was about 2 feet thick. The snowball, which was not even the size of a fist, rolled slowly at first, then became as fast as a wild horse galloping. It was like thunder rolling above the clouds. It became bigger and bigger. After 3 feet, it was half a man's height. After 10 feet, it was 2 men's height. After that, its momentum became even more shocking. The snowball scraped the ground. Not only did it stick 2 feet of snow, it even made grooves in the ground that was as hard as ice, causing the surface of the snowball to be covered with a lot of yellow dirt. The snowball drew an arc outside the post road and fiercely rushed towards Su Fengnian, who was about 20 feet away from Han Jiaoxi. Han Jiaoxi stretched out his hands and grabbed 2 balls of snow. He patted them again, and 2 snowballs rolled out. It was as if 2 groups of people were having a snowball fight. Han Jiaoxi's side continuously grabbed snowballs and patted them in a half arc. This time, he was alone against 1,000 people. Among the 1,000 people, there was supposed to be Xianyuan Qingfeng of Mount Hui, the successor of Instant Spear, Wang Xiaoping of Wudong, who had 3 swords. Naturally, there was also Su Fengnian and the celestial phenomenon otherworldly item, as well as Lu Song, Wang Lin, and Ren Shanyu, who were Beiliang's lackeys. The snowballs rolled and rolled at different speeds, forming a line with tacit understanding. As a result, the huge snowball that was the first to rush towards Su Fengnian was particularly eye-catching. No one was stupid enough to sit and wait for death. The young general, Wang Lin, who had already decided to stake everything on this one throw, laughed sinisterly and said, "Charge!" The 50 cavalrymen stepped out in unison and began to charge at the same time. The horses' hooves went from light to heavy, and the road was immediately covered with snow. The clean white expanse of the road turned into a dark, muddy road. Other than Wang Lin and the 50 cavalrymen beside him, the 30-year-old Ren Shanyu, who still had a youthful face, and 20 elite Beiliang spies also rushed out. She tried her best to calm her mind and hold her breath. She only felt that the world was clear and bright. The woman, who had a unique talent for martial arts, only felt that her breathing was as heavy as the sound of the horses' hooves. This made the woman, who was afraid of Han Jiaoxi outside the city, calm down a little. "I, Ren Shanyu, am not worthy of your attention, but I'm not that sticky paper doll that can be broken with a poke. Moreover, I have 1,000 cavalrymen with me." Wang Xiaoping got out of the carriage, one hand behind her back, and quietly grabbed the flintlock of the 3 swords. Young Wu came to the roof of the carriage. He held a huge horn bow in one hand and 2 heavy iron arrows in the other. The muscles on his arms gradually swelled like hills. 1 arrow a day was the limit of the young men of Sacrifice's physical strength. However, after today's battle, he didn't even think about surviving. So why would he care about breaking one of his arms? The moment the woman in green pulled out the blunt spearhead from the bottom of the carriage, she ran with the spear with no expression on her face. Young Wu stood at a high place with a wide field of vision. He used the 1,000-pound drop to stand still. The carriage shook, and the wheels of the carriage immediately sank, crushing a few ice tracks. This Beimang men of sacrifice took a deep breath, pulled the big bow, and pointed the arrow at Han Jiaoxi in one breath. But soon the young man's face changed dramatically. The unique traction skill taught by his master never failed. Once the arrow crossed the river and built a bridge, even Shue Songguan in the rainy alley could block it, but he couldn't avoid it. No one could cut off the guidance of the arrow tip. However, the old man in black let young Wu know that there was always someone better than him. The old man flashed and disappeared in front of Wu's eyes. The traction of qi caused by the archery skill was very particular about the connection between the broken lotus root and the silk thread. As a result, young Wu lost for a while before the battle. His spirit, which had reached the peak, immediately collapsed. This made the rather conceited young man a little confused. After gritting his teeth, the arrow tip began to slightly deviate along with the horn bow. He braced himself to look for Han Jiaoxi's trace. Snowball, which was located in front of the white tide, was like a small mountain, and it was pressing down aggressively. Chapter 785. Su Fengnian frowned as he allowed the snowball to hit him. He didn't understand why the old eunuch would make such a bad decision. Li Chungang had once clearly said that killing one person with thousands of swords was a completely different approach from killing thousands of people. The former could achieve the combination of sword intent and swordsmanship. Therefore, in the battle by the Guangling River, the old eunuch's sword move was only the sword Qi-rolling dragon wall, which couldn't be considered the most brilliant move in Li Chuangong's swordsmanship career. It lasted for a whole hour, facing nearly 10,000 cavalrymen who were eyeing him covetously without any fancy sword moves. It was a battle that could shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. Usually, in the eyes of the lucky survivors who were lucky enough to witness it, it couldn't be considered a magnificent scene. It was all about killing with one move, or at least severely injuring with one move. Han Jiaoxi wasn't a fledgling with an empty title. Instead, he was the most experienced person in the world who was best at catching rats. Regardless of the realm, Han Jiaoxi could be said to be the most experienced person in the Liang dynasty in terms of actual combat experience. Su Fengnian had the celestial phenomenon that the red robe otherworldly item spared no effort to give him. His internal strength was unparalleled, even more so than when the Great Yellow Court was 60% damaged. It could be said that in today's battle, Su Fengnian had never been so confident, or even arrogant. Su Fengnian got rid of his doubts and distracting thoughts. He took a step forward and punched the snowball. When the snowball tumbled down violently, the moment Su Fengnian's fist smashed it, more than half of his celestial phenomenon attainment disappeared like a flood. Su Fengnian's arm was suddenly bent. During his trip to Beimang, Su Fengnian had experienced fierce battles on the verge of life and death. Therefore, he didn't feel anxious at all. He just followed his instinct and changed his fist into a palm. The headmaster cupped his hands together and took advantage of the momentum with his feet. He took a step back and dragged the snowball upward. He didn't want to break the snowball, but just wanted to break the rising momentum of the snowball rooted in the ground. Then he leaned his body and bumped into the snowball with his shoulder. Using his body as a knife, he forcefully split the snowball in half. Although the two halves of the snowball were still tumbling forward, they didn't have any morale left and dissipated after 50 or 60 feet. Su Fengnian stood alone and held the saber at his waist with one hand. After he broke through the snow, the rest of the 50 cavalrymen from Beiliang had also succeeded in destroying the snowball. However, half of the armored cavalrymen also paid a heavy price. This was because after the snowball was split by the saber or pierced by the spear and exploded, there were tiny red ropes that shot out like poisonous snakes in the grass and killed the cavalrymen in one bite. The worst way to die was that more than a dozen cavalrymen and their horses collided with the red ropes suspended in the air. They were split into two and fell dead on the ground. A moment ago, they were still alive, But in this kind of battle, they often died just like that. There was no room to think about it. Su Fingnian understood the situation and felt a little bitter. The cat and man had taken drastic measures. They didn't think about how to fight with Su Fingnian, who they wanted to kill. Instead, they targeted the otherworldly item, Suing. The snowball passed by like a fish swimming in water. The red-robed, otherworldly item, hiding in the snow, didn't have any room to move. It was obvious that it had been drained of the pond to fish. It didn't have any flaws. When a snowball passed by, a red-robed, otherworldly item quietly floated in front of another snowball. It tried its best to hide its body and resonate with the heaven and earth. It had many unique supernatural powers. If the cavalrymen hadn't seen it with their own eyes, perhaps even Wang Xiaoping wouldn't have dared to say that she could detect the otherworldly item hiding on the other side of the snowball. However, Han Jiaoxi wasn't Wang Xiaoping. Today, the silver-haired official didn't wear the bright red robe of the imperial palace. He immediately rushed behind the snowball. The cat and the otherworldly item were separated by 3 meters. Obviously, neither of them could detect the slightest trace of the other's qi. However, both of them clearly knew the otherworldly item's whereabouts. The otherworldly item had no choice but to withdraw 40% of its celestial phenomenon cultivation. It used its arms to tear the snowball apart. Almost at the same time, the black-robed old cat drilled through the snowball. The red string had one hand behind its back, and the other hand slapped the otherworldly item's compassionate face. The red-robed, otherworldly item was at a disadvantage because it hesitated when it withdrew its realm. If it were a cold-blooded person like Su Fingnian, not to mention 40% of his cultivation, he would have to withdraw 80% of his celestial phenomenon cultivation. Only then would he have the confidence to block Han Jiaoxi's majestic attack. The otherworldly item grabbed the cat's hand and started to tear it apart. The other hands suddenly slapped the cat's temples. Han Jiaoxi sneered. What an idiot who doesn't know the difference between life and death. A few strands of red silk slithered out from behind the otherworldly item like snakes, completely cutting off its connection with Su Fingnian, who still had 60% of his realm left. Han Jiaoxi didn't need to use his full strength. The otherworldly item's entire body was covered in scarlet, except for the 2 arms that were used to tear the snowball apart. The other 4 arms were covered in the red. It was as if maggots were attached to the bones. The otherworldly item grabbed one of Han Jiaoxi's arms and continued to tear it apart. The other 2 arms that were slapping the cat's temples were still moving closer and closer. Moreover, under the piercing pain, the otherworldly item's free hands smashed down on Han Jiaoxi's lower and middle dantian. After being hit by Han Jiaoxi's red snake attached to a dragon, the otherworldly item's compassionate face didn't seem to be affected at all. Even Wang Xiaoping, who had a strong will, was somewhat moved. Ignoring the otherworldly item's 4 bloody arms, Han Jiaoxi grinned evilly. Kill another celestial phenomenon. The right hand behind his back finally waved. The arm that was grabbed pushed forward, stretching the distance between them. The right hand that was covered with red snakes used its own way to counter the otherworldly item's body. It grabbed the otherworldly item's arm and pulled it back. Han Jiaoxi's free arm swung out in the air behind him. When fighting against a cat, one careless move would result in a complete loss. The compassionate face was still as calm as an ancient well. Its almost rigid and stupid movements were still the same. It only wanted to be entangled. Han Jiaoxi was about to tear off the otherworldly item's second arm. The white-clothed man dashed forward. Bailiang unsheathed his saber. Armor removal. Han Jiaoxi had skinned and removed the armor of one of the 4 grandmasters, the talisman General Hong Jia. Of course, he wouldn't do the same to this young man who was attacking him. He laughed and threw the otherworldly item away. Then his body moved backward. A bottomless ravine was torn open on the ground. In this bloody battle, Han Jiaoxi wasn't going to pretend to be noble and virtuous. In order to kill Su Fengnian, he could do anything. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Su Fengnian didn't take advantage of the situation to chase after him. He turned around and went to the otherworldly item's side. One of the remaining 5 arms pulled Su Fengnian's sleeve happily, as if telling him that it was okay. There wasn't much snow left, but there was only blood. Su Fengnian lifted his sleeve and turned around resolutely, running toward Han Jiaoxi. 12 flying swords flew out randomly. Peak mysterious finger. On the same day, in Martial Emperor City by the East Sea, a one-armed old man didn't look serious. He put a piece of a sword into his mouth and chewed it. He entered the city in an unruly and unrestrained manner, humming softly. Which kid didn't disappoint the broken wooden sword? Which kid didn't disappoint the Bailiang saber? Chapter 786. This battle was fought without any rhyme or reason. Lu Song and Wang Qilin both carried the mark of the Bailiang army. Today was no exception. After leading the charge and breaking through the front line tide caused by Han Jiaoxi, the 2 valiant generals couldn't help but look at each other in dismay when they saw the white, red, and black entangled together. They could see a hint of awkwardness in each other's eyes and were clearly at a loss of what to do. Originally, they thought that they could take advantage of the situation by relying on their 800 cavalrymen and 200 scattered Jianghu soldiers. No matter who the opponent was, they would be able to take advantage of them as long as they charged forward. However, their young master, who they would have to rely on in the future, was like a rash youth who didn't understand the ways of the world. He wanted to be in the limelight and insisted on fighting one-on-one with Han Jiaoxi even after the 6-armed demon's defeat. This made the scholarly general Lu Song somewhat resentful. He thought, if you die outside the Xinwu city, all the humiliation we've endured for the past 20 years will be for naught. Lu Song raised his spear and stopped his horse. His eyes were gloomy. Wang Lin was young and hot-blooded. He felt that this Bailiang heir, who was younger than him, was a little reckless. However, his temperament was somewhat to his liking. At the very least, he didn't act like a coward and let the hundreds of brothers behind him rush to their deaths. Wang Lin held a pair of Thunderlord hammers. This was a martial art passed down from his ancestors. His father was a hero of the forest and had hammered a peerless general of West Chu to death at the Battle of Scenic River. Although he was suspected of bullying his opponent because he was exhausted from fighting for a long time, he had still hammered the enemy general's chest. Wang Lin was born with outstanding physical strength. His pair of Thunder Lord hammers weighed 60 kilograms. Not to mention fighting for a long time, it would be a huge burden for an ordinary soldier to charge on a horse. Wang Lin swung one of the hammers and stared at the battlefield. He felt dizzy and dazzled. Rin Shanyu reached out to stroke the hair on her temples. Her eyes were blurred. She had often heard that the young master of Bailiang was extraordinarily handsome and that he was a first-class playboy. She and her sisters, who had been through bloody battles, chatted in private and didn't really believe the rumors that came later. They said that he personally went to Beimang and cut off the head of the king of Northern Courtyard, Su Huainan, and even killed the 5th raccoon of Bingbing Mountain. Rin Shanyu only thought that even if he really practiced the saber seriously for a few years, his realm was limited. After all, the level of one's cultivation was related to the number of secret manuals, but it was not necessarily related. One should not bite off more than one could chew. Rin Shanyu was an experienced person. so she knew better than the average person that quality was more important than quantity. But today, she saw with her own eyes that although she was at a disadvantage against the well-deserved 10th person in the world, after all, he had made the human cat attack several times. She admitted that even 10 Ren Shanyu would not have such ability. Ren Shanyu had no way out compared to the martial artists like Lu Song and Wang Lin. After entering Bailiang, which was a cage that imprisoned many ferocious beasts, she had never heard of anyone who could walk out without losing at least a few layers of skin. Ren Shanyu remembered a famous Jianghu giant who was once in the martial arts world. He didn't do his job well and was forced by Chu Lushan, who was in charge of half of Bailiang's spies, to cut off one of his eyes and one of his arms. He struggled at death's door and worked as a chef for more than 10 years. 10 miles away from the Shenwu city, several riders galloped over. The leader was the white bear Yuan Zuozong. The battle outside the city was in full swing. The Shenwu city, which had been alerted by the news, had already begun to close the city and impose martial law. The scholar in green robe leisurely walked along the river with a withered willow branch in his hand. In the eyes of the passers-by, there was a huge difference between him and Dong Tai, who had become the god of sword with a peach blossom branch. However, those who had truly experienced the power of the Beimang willow branch no longer had the chance to lower their guard, except for the black-clothed youth who had entered Beimang with a black tiger. As for Su Longxiang, who had caused him to fail for the first time in his life, the scholar-like #1 killer of Beimang certainly could not forget about it. He had planted a willow branch with his own hands, but it did not bear fruit. This made him feel a little regretful. Fortunately, he did not kill the gifted Su Longxiang in the Liang dynasty this time. Instead, he went to kill Su Longxiang's brother, which was also a pleasure. It was a pity that he, Ma Wei, did not make a move and cause trouble for the Beimang and Liang dynasty. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to launch a sure-win attack outside the Shenwu city. This made him feel a little regretful. When he seemed to be strolling leisurely, he was still a few miles away from the city gate. However, the river in the city was also nearing its end. When the city gate seemed to have been hit by a huge rock, there was a ripple of chi-ji. With his cultivation base, he could naturally feel it clearly. However, he was not in a hurry. Every time he did the dirty work, he had to pull chestnuts out of the fire. The most important thing was to control the fire. Now he was in the pot. Haste makes waste. He was not in a hurry. With Han Jiaoxi's mystic comprehending strength, as long as that white-haired guy did not stupidly rush to his death in reincarnation, he would be able to tease him for at least an hour. For the first time, one section Willow has some respect for the notorious Catman. Crossing the threshold and killing the celestial phenomenon with the finger mystery, isn't it the realm that half of his peers dream of? He suddenly stopped in his tracks. As far as the eye could see, there was a black-clothed youth blocking the way. The young man grinned and pointed at his chest. One section Willow also laughed. Previously, he was the Oriole behind, attacking others. He did not expect that this time it would be reversed. One section Willow glanced at the river covered with ice and snow, somewhat self-deprecating. How could one not wet his shoes if he often walked by the river? He threw away the dead branch, and a thin, hiltless short sword slid out from his sleeve. When the one-armed old man who was addicted to eating swords entered the city, Death Soldier Yin stopped at the gate of the Eastern Sea Martial Emperor city. He carried a big box on his back. Originally, there were more than 20 swords, but they were all empty. They were all famous swords in the Yuyan Mountain Villa. Each of them could be described as cutting iron like mud. However, during these days, he had been following the old man from afar. The swords in the box were just like the broken food in the roadside stalls. which family's child was a little greedy and could buy them back with a few coins. Along the way, Ian walked cautiously and sullenly. However, thinking of His Royal Highness's instructions, he did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. In order to fish out accurate information from the old man, he could only serve him carefully. In fact, the two were already close to the martial emperor city half a day ago. According to His Highness, they would enter the city when they saw the blue and white lawn in the sky of the eastern sea. The old man's gaze was somewhat unfriendly, but in the end, he was patient and gave him a lot of face. Although Ian was the top death soldier assassin in the dynasty, he looked simple and clumsy like a street vendor. It was just that his body was a little sturdier. It was hard to imagine that he was a terrifying figure who had personally participated in the assassination of Di Shiyuan. At this time, he was carrying a big box and standing outside the city as if relieved of a heavy burden. He was not eye-catching at all among the famous heroes of Jianghu who came and went. Ian turned back and left the martial emperor city. At this time, he definitely could not make it in time for the battle. He only hoped that the new master of Bailiang would be safe and sound. After more than 20 years of suffering, there was no reason for him to die in a foreign land. It was snowing heavily in the world, and the sky was unimaginably bright. A sword was suspended in the 9 heavens. Ancient books and poems used the words riding the wind and ascending to immortality to describe the freedom of immortals. Scholars and officials climbed high to write poems, seemingly in a leisurely mood, but in fact, the mountain road was bumpy. Often, a round trip to a famous mountain would take half a day or even a whole month. In history, there was no lack of scholars and poets who lost their footing and fell off cliffs. After taking such risks, after climbing the mountain, one would be at the top and enjoy the scenery, especially the magnificent scene of rolling clouds. The place where the sword was suspended was high above the splendid sea of clouds. Standing in it was like standing on the shore of the sea. At this time, it was close to dusk, and the sun was setting in the west. The sea of clouds was colorful and incomparably magnificent. A few of the colorful clouds were like vertical waterfalls, daunting at first sight. If the chi cultivator white butterfly on the lake of Yuyan Mountain Villa was said to be somewhat like an immortal, but this woman standing on the sword was like a fairy in both body and spirit. When she was able to ride the sword, every time she felt gloomy, she would break through the clouds alone. In this kind of fairyland, she would be lost in thought. She could not even say that she was watching the sea and comprehending the sword. She was just in a daze. Dozens of feet above the sea of clouds, there was a thin layer of golden clouds, like a building on top of a building. No wonder there was a saying in the Taoist classics that there were 9 heavens and 18 floors. After she came back to her senses, she rode the sword and rose from the ground. The floor was within reach of her hand. She stretched out her hand and gently rotated it, creating a vortex just like the countless dimples on the woman's cheeks. Saint Chao Chongqing ascended the building in the air. Every time he ascended the stairs, the previous stairs disappeared. Chao, Guanzi said softly. If he died in the territory of the Old West Chu, it could be regarded as a good medicine. Li Yang is clearly setting up a battle array, insisting that we restore the country. After the king of Bailiang's concubine, Jiang and I, a female sword fairy, said in a flat tone, so we are all pawns crossing the river. Chao Chongqing smiled and said no more. Chapter 787. The next chapter will be in the wee hours of the morning, when Su Fengnian rode the 12 swords and rushed over alone. Han Jiaoxi did not pay too much attention to him. After all, it was not worth mentioning that he borrowed the power of the otherworldly item. The sword-controlling technique of the Wu family sword tomb was not as good as his red snake flying dragon. The human cat paid more attention to the distance between Su Fengnian and the two-faced otherworldly item. Since both of them had the same mind, it was not strange for them to reciprocate each other's cultivation. Han Jiaoxi wanted to know how far the two of them could stretch their bodies. Previously, the otherworldly item was hiding in the snow, so it was more than 300 zhang away from Su Fengnian. Now, it seemed that Su Fengnian was alone, but the otherworldly item in the red robe was following him from a distance like a shadow. Its footsteps were the same, and it was ethereal and nimble. The otherworldly item was wearing a loose robe, and it was like an actor shaking his sleeves, moving smoothly like the floating clouds and flowing water. It always maintained a distance of 100 zhang away, not an inch away, not an inch away. It seemed that 100 zhang was the best distance for the two to circulate their cultivation. After unsheathing the saber and removing the armor, Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to make the second saber strike. 30 feet away, and within 10 feet from him, there were 12 Dong Tai swords with perfect sword embryos. The swords were dazzling, and their trajectories were strange. Su Fengnian's swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle. It was nothing more than the 8 characters of the 8 characters, where the mind was focused and the sword tip-pointed. Unexpectedly, Su Fengnian exposed his own shortcomings and deliberately distracted himself, allowing the flying swords to randomly spin, sweep, and smash him. It was like a child fighting, a shrew blindly scratching her face with her eyes closed. He did not have the style of a master in chaos at all. Han Jiaoxi sneered in his heart. He strolled leisurely in the courtyard, stretched out his index finger, and pointed in the air. Originally, if Su Fengnian dared to concentrate on riding the sword, with Han Jiaoxi's understanding of the mysterious finger realm, he would definitely make this kid suffer. Mysterious finger realm, kowtowing to ask for immortality, that was just a biased view of Taoism. The mysterious finger realm was more profound than that. Everything in the world had a ritual, from the ebb and flow of the tides, to the waxing and waning of the moon, to the blossoming and wilting of the flowers, to the blowing of the wind. In Han Jiaoxi's eyes, as long as he could see, there was a clear trajectory in his eyes. This kind of wonderful trajectory was related to the level of the mysterious finger realm. When he first entered the mysterious finger realm, it was very vague, but when he entered the mysterious finger realm, it became clearer as his cultivation increased. Back then, in the sword tomb of the Wu family, 9 swords defeated 10,000 cavalry. Among them, Wu Caoan's cultivation was only above average, and he was stuck at the mysterious finger realm. Compared to his 2 fellow celestial phenomenon realm disciples, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. However, during the battle on the grassland, the 9 of them joined hands, and he was fully deserving of the title Sword Tip. Under the Sword Tip, he killed a total of 3,700 cavalry. It was only when Wu Caoan died of exhaustion that someone else replaced him as the Sword Tip. Wu Caoan, as the sword attendant of that generation's sword crown, followed his master out of the sword tomb to gain experience and didn't practice martial arts with anyone else. After the sword crown became famous, he went to the east-facing stone tablet, looked at the west-facing Great River, and went to the east-facing sea. In one night, he reached the mysterious finger realm and finally rushed to the source of the Great River. 1 man and 1 sword followed the river to the east. When he went out to the sea, his mysterious finger realm had reached the peak. No wonder later generations joked that Wu Caoan used only 20 days to accomplish what other martial artists did in their lifetime. You used an otherworldly celestial phenomenon cultivation base to fight against me. Han Jiaoxi, that was the same as courting death. Using the Xian finger technique to challenge me, Han Jiaoxi, even though it was ingenious and purposely took a different path, it was only delaying the date of your death. Han Jiaoxi familiarized himself with the 12 flying swords in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. He then began to clean up the mess. With a heavy stomp, he stretched out his left thumb and index finger and caught the tail of a flying sword by surprise. Ignoring the vibrating sound of the flying sword, he snapped the sword with his 2 fingers. The red silk in his right hand brushed and took advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. He stretched out his other hand and wrapped it around the 2 long and narrow swords. He then pulled them back, twisting the 2 swords into a ball in his cat's fist. Han Jiaoxi casually threw away the destroyed flying swords. He then boiled the plum blossoms, chopped the bamboo horses, and broke the peach blossoms in one go. He sneered, "Dong Tai, only when you use these 12 swords can you be considered serious." Su Fengnian's state of mind was as tranquil as an ancient well. He waved his right hand and finally used his will to control the remaining 9 flying swords. With the momentum of an immortal caressing the top of his head, he smashed them towards Han Jiaoxi. The Bailiang saber in his left hand was indomitable. The green dragon sleeve was thrust towards Han Jiaoxi. Han Jiaoxi ignored the rain of swords and stepped out of the sword formation. Although the 9 flying swords were aimed at his back after they missed him, he ignored them completely. He took a big step forward and smashed the strong energy released by the Bailiang saber. The energy exploded in all directions. Even though Han Jiaoxi's silver hair fluttered in the wind, the human cat still pressed his palm against the tip of the Bailiang saber. His 5 fingers formed a hook and held the saber tightly. Bailiang cavalry, Bailiang saber. If it were someone else, it would be just SOSO. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to loosen his grip, Han Jiaoxi raised his saber and kicked Su Fengnian's abdomen. Su Fengnian seemed to be unharmed, but the snowy ground around him was filled with ripples of energy. The ground cracked with a loud bang. Han Jiaoxi frowned. This brat was carrying a sheathless sword on his back, but he was still unwilling to let go of his saber. Han Jiaoxi's palm moved along the tip of the saber and pulled it back. The handle of the saber was like a bell, slamming into Su Fengnian's chest. Su Fengnian's face turned pale, but the otherworldly item in the red robe that was 18 feet away had already spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Han Jiaoxi did not show any mercy. He turned around and swept his leg across Su Fengnian's shoulder. Su Fengnian was like a rootless duckweed that was blown away by the strong wind. His feet left the ground, but because he was holding the saber tightly, his body that was flying through the air could not move. Han Jiaoxi and Su Fengnian, one vertical, one horizontal. Between them was the Bailiang saber without a tip. The 9 flying swords were like moths darting into a flame. However, they were all outside the lantern's thick paper and could not get close to the human cat that was the wick of the lantern. Han Jiaoxi saw that this brat was acting recklessly, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. A red thread snake quickly climbed onto the Bailiang saber. Just as it was about to wrap around Su Fengnian's palm, the latter suddenly grasped the handle of the saber with both hands. He recalled the time when the Baimang saber encountered a tornado on the land, when the wind blew, and when the wind blew, the Su Fengnian's palms were covered in blood. At this moment, Su Fengnian's body was like a tornado on the ground, and his palms were instantly covered in blood. Han Jiaoxi did not change his stance. He let go of the tip of the saber and let the saber in his palm wreak havoc. His eyes were sinister, and his voice was soft and eerie. What a good story of a tornado hidden in a wine immortal cup. Interesting. No wonder Li Chungang was impressed by you. Just as Han Jiaoxi was about to deliver the killing blow, a green-clothed woman with a spear came from the southeast. Han Jiaoxi's xian finger finally showed its magnificence, as heavy as snow. In the blink of an eye, he used his Xian Lei's Xian finger to crush Su Fengnian's will into one of the flying swords. With a loud bang, the woman used the Xian Lei's Xian Lei spear to rebound it like a spinning top, avoiding the sharp edge of the flying sword. She spun in a forward arc, the tip of her feet stepping on the ground, knocking both of them back with the force of 1,000 pounds. Han Jiaoxi snorted coldly. Although it had only been 2 moves, it was clear that the man and cat were tired of this little girl's provocation. His left hand was placed a few inches below the tip of the Xian Lei spear, and his feet moved lightly in a semicircle, completely dispersing the force of the Xian Lei spear. The woman, who did not have the majestic cultivation of celestial phenomenon, immediately flew away like a kite with a broken string. Han Jiaoxi held the Xian Lei spear and threw it towards the place where the woman fell. The speed was so fast that there was no whistling sound, just silence. Bluebird was no longer the woman from the Battle of the Reeds outside Xiangfan City. Although the spear seemed to be going straight through her chest, her mind was clear. She stepped on the empty air and glided back steadily in the air, hurried but not in a sorry state. She held the blunt spearhead with both hands and fell diagonally to the ground, creating a mud pit with each step forcibly stopping her decline. Han Jiaoxi coldly snorted. Although it had only been 2 moves, it was clear that the man and cat were tired of this little girl's provocation. His left hand was placed a few inches below the tip of the Xian Lei spear, and his feet moved lightly in a semicircle, completely dispersing the force of the Xian Lei spear. Without a majestic cultivation of celestial phenomenon, the woman immediately flew away like a kite with a broken string. Han Jiaoxi held the Xian Lei spear and threw it towards the place where the woman had fallen. The speed was so fast that there was no whistling sound, just silence. Bluebird was no longer the woman from the Battle of the Reeds outside Xiangfan City. The spear seemed to be going straight through her chest, but her mind was clear. She stepped on the empty air and glided back steadily in the air, hurried but not in a sorry state. Bluebird was no longer the woman from the Battle of the Reeds outside Xiangfan City. The spear seemed to pierce to kill her, to her chest, but her heart was clear. She stepped on the ground and steadily glided backwards. She held the Xian Lei spear with both feet. She stepped on the ground, creating a mud pit, forcibly stopping her decline. Her eyes and meridians to the reverse spear. She held the spear, and spear, her to her to the point. Spear to be to, spear to be, spear to the ground, spear, a spear to be, spear to kill blow, spear, and to spear, xa to kill, spear, a to, lay to the chi spear, lay the of I, a of wind and she, to snow, as to the snow of and the flying, estus, spe, to the spear, the sp, spear. He was truly unafraid of death. Chapter 788. No matter how pitiful her life was, God was merciful. There would always be one person in this world, no matter how far away he was, who was worth her life. She would never take a step back. Women were the most infatuated people in the world, probably influenced by the woman in green, Lu Song, Wan Lin, and the others who were previously nervous and at a loss finally came to their senses. There was no need to make a sound. When the 2 cavalry took the lead to charge, the elite cavalry under both sides almost charged silently at the same time. There were no shouts, only the sound of horse hooves. Han Jiaoxi could ignore the young woman's family heirloom, the spear fairy king embroidery. He could ignore the desperate charge of the ant-like cavalry, but he could not ignore the white-haired man's silent retreat. Who do you think I, Han Jiaoxi, am? Is it that brothel girl? Your son spent money to seduce her a few times, only to find out that he is not rich enough, and you want to retreat? Han Jiaoxi's murderous intent grew stronger. He suddenly narrowed his eyes. Finally, it's here. The cat, and man ignored the spear fairy king embroidery and turned a deaf ear to the violent sound of horse hoofs. They stood still and looked at the carriage in the east. There was a simple Taoist robe that was not as luxurious as the ones on Dragon Tiger Mountain. The middle-aged Taoist carried 3 swords on his back. He reached out and touched the top sword box on his back. He smiled. A friend from afar is knocking on the door of the firewood on a snowy night. I heard that Shao bark is the most pleasant. Although it was called Shao bark, it was not small. Sword maniac Wang Xiaoping's sword was thrown out. The continuous rumbling of thunder could be heard both inside and outside the city. When Wang Xiaoping first started to practice swordsmanship, she was determined that as long as she threw out a sword, she would be an immortal on earth. With a sword in hand, immortals were like floating clouds to her. Therefore, this sword had nothing to do with the mysterious finger, celestial phenomenon, or the level of the realm. Since Wang Xiaoping started to practice swordsmanship, she was known for her pure heart of swordsmanship. Even Hong Shixiang admired her. Even though the young chief had not enlightened himself and knew that he was the reincarnation of Ancestor Lu, how could his vision be bad? Little Bark's sword started from Wang Xiaoping and ended at Han Jiaoxi. It was like a long rainbow hanging in the sky. It was the first time that Han Jiaoxi showed such a serious expression. The reason why Han Jiaoxi was able to force his way into the ranks of the top 10 in the world was because of his unparalleled advantage in terms of cultivation level. His mysterious finger was comparable to Dong Tai, and he was good at killing celestial phenomenon. Therefore, as long as one had not stepped into the lofty earth immortal realm, otherworldly items like the red robe would never enter his eyes, let alone Xianyuan Qingfeng, who took the initiative to retreat in the face of danger. However, Wang Xiaoping, who was born for the sword and was even willing to die for the sword, was different. Han Jiaoxi respected the sword that hung in the sky and did not feel any fear. With a wave of his sleeve, his arm was like a snake's den. The red ropes were like small snakes raising their heads to show off their power, making chi-chi sounds. This sword could not be avoided, and Han Jiaoxi did not want to avoid it either. Being surrounded by killing intent from all sides, facing the endless fierce attacks of everyone, especially Wang Xiaoping's sword that was currently like a rainbow, he still smiled and raised his hand to raise the scarlet rainbow. He soared into the sky and faced Little Bark head-on. The sound of a great bell resounded throughout the world. The vibration caused the walls of Shenwu City to shake again. The snow in the cracks of the walls could not stay still and rustled down. Dust flew everywhere, black mud and white snow intertwined. After the dust settled, Han Jiaoxi was safe and sound. Only the scarlet red around his arm seemed to have faded a bit. Han Jiaoxi pulled the corner of his mouth and laughed loudly. Wang Xiaoping, does this sword of yours count as slaying a flood dragon? You still have 2 more swords. Why don't you use them together? After 3 sword strikes, I will peel off your skin and bones and make Wudong lose a peek. As he spoke, everyone realized that the tip of the red spear in the hands of the green-clothed girl was pressing against the back of the old eunuch's heart, but it seemed to be unable to move an inch into his flesh. The spear of Xana bent in an eye-catching arc close to a full moon. It was enough to show the strength of the pretty girl. Han Jiaoxi saw that Wang Xiaoping was indifferent and knew that with the temperament of this Wudong sword maniac, she would not be provoked by words. He did not waste any more words and turned his head with a calm smile. Little girl, are you not afraid of breaking Wang Xiu's precious relic? On the roof of the carriage, the death warrior Wu drew his bow. The arc of the bow was better than the spear of Xana. With one pull of the string, 2 iron arrows shot towards the old eunuch who had been in an invincible position. After the young man shot the 2 arrows, he staggered back 2 steps. The blood vessels in his right arm burst, and suddenly a string of blood flowers bloomed. His face was pale, and his eyes were fixed on the damn cat that just didn't die. Elegant named sun and moon stand side by side, common name flying on the couch. The young man's name was learned and particular, both elegant and common. The young man Wu liked it very much and was very satisfied. Han Jiaoxi took a step back. Wu Fu used all his strength to pull up mountains and rivers, but if he added a feather's weight to the mountains and rivers, he could still crush people to death. The spear of Xana, which was already bent to the extreme, immediately flew away. The girl in green was thrown back and rolled for 6 or 7 feet. Her green dress was no longer clean and was covered with dirt and mud. She stood up with difficulty and grabbed the falling spear of Xana. The spear of Xana was the unique skill of the Wang family. Chen Jibao's plum blossom, turned from green to purple, was also born of this skill. However, when used by him, the green was much better than the blue. During Wang Xiu's lifetime, his biggest regret was that he did not have a son to pass on his unique skill. That was why he taught his disciple Chen Jibao everything he knew, because the Wang family's spear skill required the support of a strong body and emphasized the counterflow of qi. It was an unorthodox and overbearing method that was most harmful to the body. A woman's body was originally soft and feminine. Such a sinister method was tantamount to adding insult to injury. Later, Chen Jibao became famous for killing his master. Wang Xiu's death was far from what the outside world thought. The moment Blue Bird held the relic, she spat out turbid air and swallowed back the dirty blood. Men of sacrifice deserved to die. Han Jiaoxi casually grabbed an iron arrow that was very close to his eyes. He was surprised because the second iron arrow had disappeared. Even with his almost unparalleled sharp perception, he could not find out where it was. He casually threw out the iron arrow that had already appeared. It pierced through the head of a horseman in the distance, causing him to fall off his horse and roll on the ground. Han Jiaoxi turned his head and glanced at the young woman who was accumulating power with her spear. He did not look at her anymore. His gaze was cold as he looked at the black mass of valiant cavalry charging with crushing momentum. He muttered to himself, "Is the human cat so unintimidating?" Han Jiaoxi rose from the ground. His momentum was exactly the same as Wang Xiaoping and Xiao Fei's sword. It was not something that ordinary cavalry could contend against. With a stomp of his foot, he broke the waist of a man and a horse. The horseman behind the dead man, and the horse did not have time to change direction and raised his spear without hesitation. Han Jiaoxi did not make a move at all. He went straight ahead and struck the horseman who had bounced off the huge charging force of the warhorse. The entire warhorse crashed straight into Han Jiaoxi's body. It was as if it had crashed into an iron wall, and the warhorse died on the spot. The horseman, who was skilled in horsemanship, fought with his life on the line. He slapped the back of his horse and leaped up, chopping down with his blade. Han Jiaoxi did not make a move, and the horse was instantly split into pieces. Before the countless pieces of blood fell to the ground, Han Jiaoxi had already continued forward. The third horseman in the line slightly leaned to the side, relying on his intuition to chop at the head of the black-clothed eunuch. He had just raised his blade when he was pushed by Han Jiaoxi to the side of his warhorse. The man and horse were thrown horizontally into the air, bringing disaster to the other horsemen. They fell to the ground together. If it was only this horizontal death knell, with the ability of the two horsemen, they would not have died together with their horses. However, the human cat's attack was so vicious. The red silk wrapped around his arm came and went, and the two valiant horsemen were split into 5 pieces on the spot. Han Jiaoxi didn't give the frontline cavalry a chance to turn around. He retreated as he fought, making it clear that he wanted to kill all of the cavalry by himself. In the eyes of the second group of cavalry, they were as soft as tofu. Wang Lin's heavy cavalry and Lu Song's light cavalry were all so fragile. Wang Lin brushed past them, and one of his arms was separated from his body along with his bronze hammer. If Lu Song hadn't rushed over and blocked the red thread with his spear, Wang Lin would have followed in his footsteps and been torn apart. The two cavalry leaders were lucky enough to survive and fought side by side. Not only did they not leave the battlefield, they continued to approach the human cat, one of the three great demons of the spring and autumn period. Ren Shanyu gritted her teeth and gripped the axe that was seriously incompatible with her delicate body. She took the lead and went forward to help. Behind her, the retainers that Bailiang had secretly raised followed the delicate woman and floated toward the battlefield where flesh and blood were flying everywhere. In a place where the entire army was doomed to die, the general died first. After the general died, the lieutenants died. After all the lieutenants died, the soldiers died. In the distance, Su Fengyin squatted on the ground. The Bailiang saber was stabbed into the ground beside him. His palms were so unsightly that his bones could almost be seen. Su Fengyin turned his head and asked softly, "Is one incense stick enough?" The red-robed, otherworldly being nodded. Su Fengyin cupped a handful of snow and buried his face in it. After he stood up, he realized that the more he rubbed the blood and snow on his face, the dirtier it became. He raised his arm and wiped it with his sleeve. Then he grabbed the Bailiang saber. Chapter 789. Han Jiaoxi was like a demon in broad daylight. He arrived behind a swordsman and slashed down with his finger. Then, with a flick of his thumb and middle finger, he peeled off half of the swordsman's skin. However, he did not kill the swordsman completely. His footsteps floated, allowing the swordsman to wobble and fall. The swordsman screamed at the top of his lungs. The human cat continued to move and hunt for rats. Not far away, Lu Song, who was carrying a quiver of arrows, saw this tragic scene and could not bear to see the swordsman suffer. He took out an arrow from his quiver and shot the swordsman to death. The corpse fell back with blood oozing out of his eyes. Han Jiaoxi only had about 70 to 80% of the red string snakes left. They were as long as a whip. Once touched by it, it was fortunate that they only lost an arm or a leg. There were dozens of riders who were torn apart at the waist. Their armors were cut like thin paper. Perhaps this demon who had destroyed a generation of Jianghu did not feel good enough. He separated several long snakes with his whip and whipped them wildly. A few feet away from Han Jiaoxi's center was hell on earth. No one could get close. After Wang Lin lost his arm, he gritted his teeth and bandaged it. He threw out his remaining hammer, and it was smashed by the whip. The broken pieces of the hammer flew everywhere like a rainstorm. They were directly shot down by several armored riders around Han Jiaoxi. One of the pieces even returned. If Wang Lin did not quickly pull out his sword to block it after throwing the hammer, he would have been pierced through the chest and died. However, even though he blocked it, the power of the strike still caused Wang Lin to fall off his horse. Lu Song rode his horse over and bent down to grab Wang Lin's shoulder. He helped him onto his horse, and the two of them became one. The cavalrymen who were armed with crossbows were also rendered futile. There were a few times when they fired their arrows between the gaps of the battle formation, but they were like catkins that disturbed the enemy but did not harm them. Instead, they were absorbed by the Hanjiao temple with the terrifying force of a whale swallowing them whole. It looked like they had been shot into a hedgehog, but in the blink of an eye, they were all shot back in the opposite direction. A circle of war cavalrymen was completely annihilated. Most of the crossbow arrows penetrated a person's body, but their momentum was still swift and violent. Taking the head of a general in an army of millions had always been regarded as a preposterous talk. The sword emperor of Shishu, who guarded the country, for the emperor could not do it. Before the fall of the country, the sword masters of the Dongyue sword pool of the older generation also could not do it. However, at this time, Han Jiaoxi was indeed in a place where there was no resistance. Lu Song and Wang Lin, who led the troops and managed the army, could be considered outstanding, but they really did not have the experience of thousands of people charging to kill one person. They could not come up with a perfect plan for the time being. They could only use the lives of their troops to fight the devil's internal energy. Fortunately, there were martial arts masters like Ren Shanyu who interspersed and supported Han Jiaoxi. Although Han Jiaoxi killed casually and leisurely, after all, he did not cause the morale of the two cavalry troops to collapse. Just by helping to stabilize the continuous offensive of the cavalry troops, more than 80 Bailiang men of sacrifice had already been reduced to half. Except for a few people, they were not Han Jiaoxi's match. Without exception, they were all killed. It had only been less than half an incense stick's time. Ren Shanyu's hair was disheveled. She was not at all charming like when she was a bandit on the mountain. When she had time to catch her breath, she caught a glimpse of the white-haired young man who was far away from the storm. Women were fickle. Earlier, she admired the handsome Shizi's great achievement in saber skills. Now, she could not help but feel resentful. She resented him for not being a tyrant in Bailiang and provoking such a troublesome living king outside of their territory. The reason why Ren Shanyu clenched her teeth and did not retreat was not that she was risking her life to win some favor. Instead, it was because Su Fengyan's personal servant, the green-clothed woman, was holding a red spear and looking for Han Jiaoxi to fight to the death. That woman was unafraid of death. Under the shadow of Bailiang, Ren Shanyu, whose life was as fragile as paper, did not dare to retreat even if she was extremely timid. If a general retreated after a fight to the death, even a lowly soldier could be killed. After the green-clothed woman joined the battle, she did not blindly kill with brute force. Instead, she retreated several feet away after she missed her target. Everyone was amazed by her spear art. They did not notice that her lips moved slightly to swallow blood time and time again. Ren Shanyu took a deep breath, calmed herself down, then gave a glance to a few familiar guards around her. Next, they formed a triangle and broke into the battle formation. Han Jiaoxi held a head with one hand, pulled the head out of the body, and threw it backward, smashing one of Ren Shanyu's broad axes into pieces. The woman coughed out a mouthful of blood and kneeled on the ground, covering her mouth with both hands. Blood was dripping down from between her fingers. Some cavalry commanders fought to the death first, while the other two groups of cavalrymen died one after another. 400 died. Nearly half an hour had passed. Han Jiaoxi lowered his head and glanced at the few red whips, which were not as magnificent as the first one. Outside Kuei Gate Pass in the western region, Han Shengxian was trapped in one of the three battles. He didn't make it to the crucial Iron Gate Pass. He didn't spend too much time fighting against the 3,000 elite cavalrymen led by Wang Ji. Instead, he directly broke through the thick battle formation and headed west. Still, he didn't make it in time to save the prince, Zhao Kai. In the view of this former head of the ceremony directorate, if the young master wanted to sit on the dragon throne, as a servant, he had to step back step by step. First, he had to hand over the head eunuch, and then gradually retreat behind the scenes. From a person with power that could overturn the world, he had to become a living dead, obediently hiding in the shadows behind the scenes, and then die in front of the current emperor. He guarded the Zhao family and caught countless rats during and after the spring and autumn period. Other than the red armors, there was also a secret celestial state being who was later made into the golden armors. As for the level 1 Vajra finger, there were over 10 of them. They were called devils, and Han Shengxian deserved to be called devils. If Huang Sanjia and Su Shao joined hands and destroyed the spring and autumn period, then Han Xingxuan's assassination and Su Zhao's stepping into the martial world destroyed the martial world together. Han Shengxian knew that he was foolishly loyal to the Zhao family, and he never regretted it. Han Jiaoxi threw out all the long whips he had. The whips sounded like firecrackers and were as powerful as serpents swimming in the river. Another rain of blood started. Chapter 790, Sword Maniac Wang Xiaoping, who was standing on the carriage, said softly, "After I left the mountain and entered the world, I realized that the world was at peace. Only the smoke of war in the north smokes the sky every year." She swiped the second box behind her and took out feng shui. The first sword, Xiao Fei, was a big rainbow. The second sword, feng shui, was 10 feet out of the box and didn't rise into the sky. It didn't stab Han Jiaoxi, but moved forward in a treacherous spiritual state. It was like hunting a snake and killed the red whip of the red snake. After killing all the red snakes, feng shui couldn't catch them and had no hope of killing the snake man Han Jiaoxi. It turned into fine powder at a low altitude and disappeared with the wind. Wang Xiaoping made a gesture with her fingers, and the wind and clouds surged into the sword box. The last sword cut off the deer's head and soared into the sky. Han Jiaoxi, who had a little red rope left on his arm, reached out his left hand and stroked the red snakes that he had spent most of his life with. He looked up at the sky and stepped down, shaking the earth and mountains. All the war horse riders heard a muffled sound. The young kamikaze on the roof of the carriage sat down. The second iron arrow was hidden, but was still crushed by Han Jiaoxi's foot. Han Jiaoxi, who had been looking up at the sky, smiled and murmured, "When I was young, I envied the green-robed man who walked the Jianghu with a sword." The cat man, who hadn't shown any signs of fatigue, even after being surrounded, clapped his hands. The red rope peeled off and gathered into a line, showing signs of a sword. A deer's head fell from the sky with a few thick lightning bolts circling around it. A red 3-foot sword in front of Han Jiaoxi rose into the sky. Hanjiao Temple, who was finally free of the red rope, rose from the ground when the string sword blocked the deer's head. Like a comet sweeping its tail, he swept towards Su Fengnian. Bluebird's face was full of energy, and she threw out the instant spear with all her might. She almost exchanged her life for the spear. The Thunderpool sword formation was set up 10 feet away. Han Jiaoxi tore his chest outwards with both hands. The 9 flying swords were torn apart and floated dozens of feet away. They were like ownerless souls without the slightest bit of vitality, lying on the ground one after another. It was clear that Su Fengnian could not divert his attention to control the swords. Su Fengnian had the cold blade in his left hand and the spring and autumn in his right. The 2-sleeved green snake that was taught by the old man, with sheep fur coat, rushed out. Compared to the 2-sleeved sword of the Wu family's sword made Cui Hua, Su Fengnian's 2-sleeved sword was more like a sword. Its 2-sleeved swords was more similar to the Wu family's sword. Cui Hua's 2 sleeves. Su Fengnian, S's. Its 2-sleeved swords, the 2-sleeved swords. When Li Chungang was invincible in the world, he once said that with a single-sleeved sword, he would cut off all swords in the world, and with a single-sleeved sword, he would destroy all beauty's eyebrows. This was the true definition of a romantic. However, Su Fengnian was not the god of swords, Li Chungang, who was invincible in both swordsmanship and sword will. At this moment, the celestial cultivation base and mystic finger techniques that he had stolen were naturally countered by the Hanjiao Temple. The human cat, overflowing with killing intent, did not care about his torn sleeves. His hand slid across the sword and the back of the saber, and his left hand slapped towards Su Fengnian's head. He swayed his head to the right and slapped his right hand again. The otherworldly item in the red robe behind Su Fengnian knelt on the ground. One of its faces was bleeding purple gold blood, while the other was bleeding golden blood. Han Jiaoxi said sternly, "Zhao Kai can't sit on the dragon throne. Su Fengnian, do you think you deserve to be the king of Beiliang?" After saying that, Han Jiaoxi grabbed Su Fengnian's neck with one hand and punched the Beiliang's crown prince's forehead with the other hand. The otherworldly item's head fell backward, as if it was hit by a hammer. It was going to slide 80 feet away. Its 5 arms grabbed the ground, and its nails fell off, but it didn't let go. Finally, it stopped 60 feet away. This ravine was stained with a shocking purple-gold blood. Han Jiaoxi laughed coldly and said, "Beiliang's saber?" The old eunuch hit Su Fengnian's arm with his elbow and broke the arm of the otherworldly item in the red robe 60 feet behind him. The Beiliang saber fell to the ground. The instant spear pierced the back of the human cat. Han Jiaoxi waved his hand casually. The expressionless Su Fengnian took the opportunity to raise his right hand with difficulty. The spring and autumn sword weakly pressed against Han Jiaoxi's chest. Han Jiaoxi seemed to have lost his mind. He tightened his grip on Su Fengnian's neck and lifted it off the ground. A deep bruise appeared on the neck of the otherworldly item in the red robe. Han Jiaoxi chuckled and asked, "There are 600 riders left, plus Wang Xiaoping, who hasn't become an Earth Immortal, and Yuan Zuozong, who came to collect the corpse. If I want to leave, can you hurt me?" The tip of the sword trembled and pointed at the human cat's chest. Han Jiaoxi calmed down and said, "Don't worry. After you die, I won't leave. After I kill Wang Xiaoping and Yuan Zuozong, I'll kill you again on the road to the underworld." Looking at the unusually young face and the pair of unusually cold peach blossom eyes, Han Jiaoxi was filled with intense hatred. He chuckled and said, "Die." Su Fengnian nodded. "Die." A sword pierced through the chest and chilled the heart. The spring and autumn sword traveled 1,000 miles. Someone borrowed the spring and autumn sword in East Sea Martial Emperor City. He once exchanged an arm with Li Chungang at his peak. He once ate countless famous swords into his stomach. This sword was fierce. Not only did it penetrate the heart of Han Shengxian, who was at the peak of his power accumulation, but it also forced his body to float backward. It was Su Fengnian's first sword attack, and it was equivalent to Ancestor Sui stabbing Han Shengxuan's heart personally. Sacrificing thousands of cavalry to die was just the icing on the cake to distract them. This sword traveled 10,000 miles. It was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Su Fengnian strode forward, jumped up, and slapped the head of Han Shengxian, who had a complicated face. An immortal patted the head. One palm made Han Jiaoxi kneel in the snow. The human cat, whose heart was broken, was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He tried to stand up. Su Fengnian patted the head again. With a thump, Han Shengxian, whose silver hair was in a mess, knelt down again. Su Fengnian's knife hand cut off the head of the most powerful official in the world. He didn't look at the headless body that was still kneeling on the ground. He turned around and carried the red-robed, otherworldly item in a pool of blood. He picked up the Beiliang saber and walked to the cruel battlefield with broken limbs and bones. He supported the bluebird, whose life was hanging by a thread. All the armored riders neatly got off their horses. Su Fengnian said in a low voice, "Take off your armor." Beiliang armored soldiers only held Beiliang sabers and wore Beiliang armor. Chapter 791. The mountain ridges in Jiangnan were winding like coiled snakes, especially the Dragon Tail slope in Huainan. It was 300 li away from the strategic town of Iron Hut, and there were many traveling merchants passing through. However, a rare heavy snow had blocked the mountain roads, making it difficult to travel on the mountain roads. Most merchants would rather take a detour and switch to a relay station. On the Dragon Tail slope, there was a group of travelers who were struggling to travel north. A simple and crude carriage was slowly moving forward. The inferior horses' hooves were in the snow, and it was even more strenuous. The black horse with a dark mane snorted and puffed out clouds of fog. The coachman was a skinny old servant who was reluctant to use his whip to drive the horse. It was said that a fast horse could be whipped, but even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. An old horse that had been eliminated from the army after being whipped too many times had a rogue temper. 8 or 9 out of 10 times, it was unwilling to move. Fortunately, the owner of the carriage was considerate, and from time to time, he would speak a few words of comfort to the coachman, telling him not to be in too much of a hurry. The old man in the carriage had a thin face wrapped in a tattered fur coat that was probably even older than the old horse. His expression was serene as he held a book and silently read. Outside the carriage, the mountain forest was wrapped in silver. Suddenly, like a spring breeze, thousands of pear trees bloomed. The old man lifted the curtain and looked into the distance. His originally gloomy state of mind also became a bit more relaxed. They were also on the Dragon Tail slope, less than half a li behind the carriage. There were 5 riders closely following behind. Most of them were dressed in black, and there were 3 men and 2 women. The rider in the lead was a slightly chubby middle-aged man with a pair of round earlobes like a Buddha statue. He should be a person of good fortune. He was covered in an eye-catching white fox fur cloak, giving people a good impression and making it easy for people to feel close to him. Behind him was a young and handsome man with a jade-like face. He carried a golden spear. Even in this cold weather, his breathing was slow, and he was indeed worthy of being described as graceful as a god. Among the 2 women, the older one was like water. In the eyes of the world, she was full of romantic charm, and it was rare that she was charming but not seductive. She had the dignified demeanor of a lady from a respectable family. The young girl riding beside her was overshadowed. She only had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, and she was just like a girl from a humble family who had just grown up. The last rider was a boorish-looking young man. He was dressed shabbily, and his horsemanship was poor. Every now and then he would secretly rub his buttocks and was caught red-handed by the girl from a humble family in front of him several times. He could not help but roll his eyes, which made the young man's face turn red. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself in the snow. When the girl who had been fighting with him all the way turned her head and changed her face, she laughed and chatted happily with him. The young man who could not hide his poor and cold aura would secretly look at the graceful back of the older woman. His name was Li Huai, a native of Ironloo City. His parents had passed away early, and his eldest uncle was a teacher. His name was also given by his eldest uncle. He believed that this was the only decent name he had in his entire life. Li Huai loved martial arts since he was a child, and there was never a lack of Jianghu rumors in the streets and alleys. For example, a busybody ranked the top 10 masters in Ironloo City. Peng He, who was at the bottom, could lift a horse and throw it several feet away with one hand. The 6th, General Ding Su, could even shoot a millstone with one arrow. Regarding these, Li Huai, who had always wanted to become famous one day, would rather believe them. Even if he was beaten black and blue every time he got into a street fight, it would not affect his passion for Jianghu. This time, he was able to ride a horse with the 4 people in front of him because he had accidentally stumbled upon a bloody secret in the city 2 days ago. Half a mile away, an old man surnamed Huang, who was said to be a high-ranking official, was on his way to the capital. For some reason, he was assassinated by a group of black-clothed men armed with sabers and crossbows. The old man staggered into a dark and narrow alley and bumped into Li Huai. A rain of sabers and arrows, the crossbows buzzed and nailed into the wall. Li Huai, who had suffered an unexpected calamity, was also hot-blooded, mainly because he did not have time to be afraid. He pulled the old man and fled like a rat. Later on, the 4 riders in front of him appeared out of nowhere and met each other on a narrow road. Li Huai saw with his own eyes that the handsome man wielding a stick could almost make a long hole in the alley wall with a strike of his stick. He also saw the woman in front of him moving her sword gracefully in the snow. Coincidentally, Li Huai saw that cold and beautiful face when she killed people. Li Huai knew then that as long as he could make a name for himself, he would marry no one but her. Although Li Huai was simple, he was not stupid. It was said that the experts in the world could comprehend swordsmanship by observing the tides. However, there was a river outside Iron Hut City. Whenever Li Huai was free, he would go to the riverside and stare at the surging river with wide eyes. He looked at it when there was no wind or waves. He looked at it when there was a storm or a flood. He also looked at it when there was a heavy snowfall a few days ago, but he did not see anything. Unintentionally, he heard that the unworldly experts all lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests, so he went back and forth to the mountains and ridges around Iron Hut several times. Other than taking a dump and peeing, he did not see anything. It was said that Lord Leopard, who was invincible in the nearby streets, had obtained 2 or 3 pages from a peerless secret manual. That was how he became so skilled in martial arts. However, although Li Huai had an uncle who was a teacher, his temperament was similar to that of his father, who had spent his entire life dealing with crops. He did not like to read and could not read many words. He knew that even if he obtained a secret manual, he would not be able to understand it. Li Huai looked at the men and women in front of him and felt a little discouraged. That immortal sister had said that after Lord Huang was sent to the capital, she would give him some money to return home. At that time, no one in Iron Hut would find trouble with him, and he could continue to live a peaceful life. At that time, Li Huai mumbled and did not say anything. He did not dare to say what he was thinking. I just want to roam Jianghu with you. There was an inn at the top of the Dragon's Tail slope. For some reason, it did not have a name. In any case, it had been open for many years, and its business was lukewarm. It was just a place to make ends meet. Scholars who were truly willing to spend a fortune were not willing to go there. The snow on the mountaintop had just cleared, and the chill was somewhat dispelled. The 5 riders rode to the inn and saw the old man standing beside the carriage to welcome them with a smile. There were 2 other carriages parked nearby. They seemed to be fellow travelers. The stout middle-aged man, wearing a crane cloak, rubbed his mink hat helplessly. He dismounted his horse and walked forward quickly. In a low voice, he said, "Lord Huang, we all have food on us to fill our stomachs. Let's not stop to rest, shall we?" Chapter 792. The old man was draped in a stone-blue silk cloth. After the weather cleared up, it showed a unique reddish-brown luster under the sun. After all, the old man was a ranked official. In addition, he had a scholarly aura. He was somewhat awe-inspiring to the common people. The sable hat man came from a wealthy family. Naturally, it was not because of old Master Huang's status as a secondary 8th-rank official that he personally took the risk and did not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with the officials in the western part of Guangling Path. It was because old Master Huang held an important position and did not have a high rank. Although he had just entered the ranks, the weight of his words could be described as reaching the heavens. The western part of Guangling Path respected old Master Huang's pleading for the people and his outspokenness. This time, when he went to the capital to take up a post, he entered the court together with the northern scholar Zhu Guiyu and was promoted to the position of imperial censor. However, when Lord Huang went to the capital to meet the emperor, he carried memorials that were enough to make several dozens of officials in the western part of Guangling Path go or stay. This brought a fatal disaster to old Master Huang. If it were not for a large number of knowledgeable people who had the money and strength to help old Master Huang block several waves of dishonorable and ruthless assassinations, old Master Huang would not have been able to take half a step out of Guangling Path, much less the majestic Great Peace City. In his view, old Master Huang was clean and had a strong character. However, sometimes he was too pedantic and did things too rigidly. This unknowingly brought great danger to the Jianghu warriors who were secretly protecting him. However, he could not tell them directly. Sometimes he could only laugh bitterly and comfort himself that if not for old Master Huang's personality, he would not be able to become an imperial censor. Old Master Huang, who was full of guilt, saluted the warriors with his fists in thanks without saying anything. Li Huai, and the others dismounted and saluted back respectfully. Ningzong, who was known for being generous in his family's prefecture, had to settle for the next best thing. He laughed softly and said, "Then let's have lunch with Lord Huang and then hurry on our way. At the border of Guangling Path, there will be a group of people waiting for us. The famous Wulin elder Liang will personally come out. When that time comes, those small fries will not dare to be so rampant." The young girl wrinkled her delicate nose and grumbled in a low voice. Since old Master Liang is highly respected in Jianghu at the age of 80 and is able to wield a 60-pound pear blossom spear so well and has the help of fellow Wulin practitioners, why is he unwilling to walk 200 to 300 miles? The sword-wielding woman frowned and lightly shouted, "Chunya, don't be rude." On the contrary, it was Lord Huang who resolved the situation. When he walked slowly towards the inn, he explained to the young girl with a pleasant smile, for these well-known Jianghu aristocratic families and sects, not to mention the direct family members and gang members, even the servants and guards who just make a living have to be recorded in the register. They have to deal with the government and have to look up to them for a lot of things. When I was young, I was still the kind of Jianghu people who only sought pleasure and revenge. Once I leave, I will never return. Ningzong, who felt this the most deeply, smiled and said, "Lord Huang is very knowledgeable. At home, you know everything in the world." The thin old man waved his hand and self-deprecatingly said, "Just reading 10,000 books is not enough. One also has to walk 10,000 li. The principles in books are dead, but people are alive. If I, Huangshang, don't read for a day, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Over the past few decades, I have indeed read a lot and often visited the countryside. However, I know my own weight. I am too stubborn and do not know how to live as a person. This time, it is Huangshang who has implicated so many heroes and good men. Of course, there are also Miss Zhou and Miss Hu are not inferior to men. Other than the books on the first floor that were taken away, Huangshang is already a penniless pauper. On this journey north, I was thinking that if there was a day when I was no longer an official, I would write a chivalrous tale in hopes of repaying you." Ningzong's face lit up with joy. This is a good thing to go down in history. The young girl called Chunya chirped excitedly, "Lord Huang, please don't forget me. I am called Hu Chunya." Lord Huang smiled and agreed. The woman surnamed Zhou, who had an otherworldly aura, and the handsome young man who carried a stick looked at each other and smiled faintly. Li Huai, who had nothing to do with him, followed the crowd and stepped over the threshold with his head lowered. He had always thought of himself as a useless burden, self-abased, and taciturn. The inn was not big, and every table was covered in oil that had accumulated over the years, giving off a greasy glow. It was not something that could be wiped clean with a rag. Ningzong, who had rich experience in Jianghu, looked around and felt a little uneasy. There were 5 tables in the inn, and the same group of 5 people occupied 2 of the tables facing the window. Among them, there was a robust young man who exuded a bloody aura. This was nothing. At the main table, there was a young man with white hair, wearing white clothes, white shoes, and a white jade belt. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes that were hard to see. Ningzong felt that this person was troublesome at first glance. Even if this type of person's skills were average, just by looking at his posture, he was an extremely difficult person to deal with. On the left of the white-haired young man sat a dark-skinned young man, and on his right sat a man who was raising a cup of wine. Ningzong, who had a good eye for people, immediately felt his scalp go numb. The man was estimated to be 9 chi tall, although Su Zhan, who was an expert in using a stick, had a majestic figure. He was still slightly inferior. Ningzong's family was not far from the military camp of an elite troop in Guangling. He had seen the killing aura that climbed out of a pile of corpses on the battlefield and was very familiar with it. If this group of people stopped official Huang from going to the capital, Ningzong reckoned that even if he sacrificed a few lives on Dragontail Slope, it would still be useless. At one table were Su Fengyan, Young Man Wu, and Yuan Suozong. At the other table were Cavalry General Lu Song and Wang Lin, who had participated in the battle outside Shenwu City. Bluebird was severely injured and couldn't travel south to Shangyin Academy. She followed the group to Bailiang, with Chu Lushan personally clearing the way and using both the carrot and the stick to build relationships. No matter how difficult a problem was, it could be easily solved. Su Fengnian's trip this time was to go to the academy to pick up people, and then he would go to Qingzhou to secretly meet with 2 groups of people. After that, he could go to Bailiang. How to absorb the 100,000 refugees who could mount and dismount was a difficult problem that Li Yishan deliberately left for him to solve. Only by making them live eyes could he truly open up a new situation in Bailiang. The reason he brought along the scholarly General Lu Song and the injured Wang Lin was that he intended to train them to become his direct subordinates and trusted aides, so that before smoothly nailing them into the Bailiang army, they would have to gradually familiarize themselves with each other. The soldiers under their command had suffered disastrous casualties. Su Fengnian couldn't just pat his buttocks and go their separate ways, leaving these 2 meritorious ministers hanging on one side. Su Fengnian didn't believe that a few bold and visionary words could make talented people bow their heads, and bow their heads. As for the white bear, Yuan Suozong, whose military strength was second only to Gu Jiantang and Chen Jibao in the Liang army, it was he who asked to go south with them. Other than Ningzong, who constantly looked at Su Fengnian, and the young girl Chuanya, who stared at Su Fengnian and asked for food from the inn's waiter, the rest of the people, including Master Huang, the woman surnamed Zhou, and Su Zhan, were all holding their breaths and concentrating. The last 2 jars of wine from the inn's cellar were taken from Su Fengnian's table. Fortunately, Ningzong knew that excessive drinking would make things worse, so from the beginning he didn't think of warming his stomach with wine. However, Huang Chang, who went to the capital to take up the position of imperial censor, only had 3 hobbies in his life: reading, drinking, and eating crabs. Every year his pitiful salary was spent on these 3 things. At this time, the ideal time to eat crabs had long passed. Although there were books to read in the carriage, the journey was rushed and his life was in danger. He didn't even have time to take care of the several jars of wine that were meticulously made with osmanthus seeds. At this time, Huang Chang smelled the wine and was somewhat moved. However, he cultivated his body and qi all year round, so he didn't say anything. Su Fengnian sat by the window and asked with a smile, "Old sir, I still have half a jar of wine that I can't finish. I'm a bit distressed about the money. How about I sell it to you at a cheaper price?" Huang Chang's heart was moved, but he still smiled and shook his head. Jiang Hu was dangerous, and compared to the treacherous storms in the officialdom, many times they were the same. It was just that people's hearts were filled with evil intentions. Hu Chuanya, whose innocent heart was tied to the elegant young master, Su Zhan, saw Su Fengnian. Her heart was in turmoil, but the words that came out of her mouth were sharp. "He's quite handsome, but his hair is white. It's scary to look at. If I see him in the middle of the night, I'll definitely think I saw a ghost." Chapter 793. If it were an ordinary disciple traveling with a servant, and the master was humiliated like this, it would be inevitable that the servant would jump to become an accomplice and teach the unrestrained young girl a lesson. But what made Ningzong more and more uneasy was that not only did the master laugh it off, but the men at the two tables also did not seem to care, especially the white-haired young man and the two men at the table next to him. The way they looked at Hu Chuanya was unexpectedly a bit of straightforward admiration, as if the little girl had said these harsh words. She was a first-class heroine of Jianghu. Ningzong originally hoped that the people at the two tables would fly into a rage so that he could mediate between them. As long as they could settle things peacefully, it would mean that they weren't here for Lord Huang. Not to mention apologizing on the surface, Ningzong, who only wanted to be safe, would be completely fine even if he failed miserably. However, the situation developed unexpectedly. Those people didn't show any sign of denouncing. Perhaps they thought Hu Chunya's childish words carried no harm, so the white-haired young man didn't force her to sell the half-jar of wine. After Huang Shang finished the meal, Ningzong quickly paid the money and left the inn with them. Just like duckweed meeting on water, they didn't meet again. This made Ningzong, who was on the horse, feel relieved. He couldn't help looking back at the inn's door and vaguely saw the white-haired young man pour a glass of wine for the man next to him. Hu Chuanya was still resentful after being glared at by her companions who had known her for many years. She whipped the horses, but hard. Wang Lin, who had followed his father's footsteps, was seriously injured and lost an arm. However, he was still happy and satisfied. Compared with Lu Song, who was cautious on the journey to the south, he was also careless in front of Su Fengnian. After Huang Shang and the others left the inn, he sat beside Wang Lin with a bowl in his hand. Su Fengnian just poured wine for Yuan Zuozong and also poured a bowl for Wang Lin. Wang Lin said flattering words that no one took seriously. He sat cross-legged on the bench, unruly with a smile, and said, "That sharp-tongued girl definitely doesn't know that she has walked around the gate of hell. Master, you are good at drinking and have a bigger stomach." Su Fengnian smiled and didn't say anything. He just looked at Yuan Zuozong and asked, "Second brother Yuan, shall we go out and enjoy the scenery?" Yuan Zuozong nodded, and they walked out of the inn together. There was a simple hut outside the inn. The roof of the hut was covered with heavy snow, and the hut was in imminent danger. Su Fengnian stamped his feet and shook off the snow and mud. He looked at the distance of the Dragon Tail Slope. Further south was the old border of the southern Tang. The emperor of the Great Qin dynasty once moved 400,000 refugees to Mount Wushou. It was surrounded by mountains on three sides and the river on the north. The terrain sloped downwards from the south to the north. It was easy to attack, but difficult to defend. The great general of the southern Tang, Great Ancestor Gu, proposed to defend the southern Tang. There were as many as 14 routes for the enemy to come. If they only defended Zhejiang and the capital Luzhou, there would be a chance for them to relax. He proposed to defend the southern Tang and must fight outside the border of the southern Tang. It was a pity that the monarch of the southern Tang didn't accept him. The 300,000 elite soldiers were trapped in Zhejiang and Luzhou. After being surrounded, they surrendered without a fight. Even though great ancestor Gu personally led the southern Tang navy on the Billow Lake and pretended to retreat to Zhejiang to lure the enemy in and almost wiped out the 100,000 navy that was temporarily put together by Liang, it didn't affect the overall situation. After the fall of the southern Tang, great ancestor Gu, who had an outstanding record in both land and water battles, disappeared. People said that great ancestor Gu was born in the right time, but he was born in the southern Tang. If he was a citizen of Liang and had made contributions, he might be able to compete with Su Shao and Gu Jiantang. Su Fengnian shook his head and said softly, Han Shengxian was waiting for the rabbit in the Shenwu city. He was prepared to die. As a eunuch, he reached the Jiao Temple and became the head of the ceremony directorate. After all, he was still a eunuch and had no children. I never understood why he chose the prince Zhao Kai as his loyal subject. Relying on the powerful first prince, Zhao Zhuan, or even the crown prince, Zhao Zhuan, was actually a win-win situation. Because the two princes had the same father and mother, they should keep the goodies within the family. If any one of them became the crown prince, Han Jiaoxi wouldn't take such a risk. I once asked Yin to carry the spring and autumn festival back and forth. I earnestly requested the Sui, sword-eating grand ancestor, to leave a trace of sword intent on the sword. This way, the grand ancestor would have a vague idea of when to borrow the sword to go to the East Sea Marshal the Arch City. If I don't put on a good show, even if Wang Lin and Lu Song's 800 cavalrymen surrendered to the northern Liang, they would not be convinced. Most importantly, the Han Jiao Temple would also be wary. In the end, he was too careless to rely on the mysterious finger to kill the celestial phenomenon. The Eastern Sea sword wasn't as simple as the celestial phenomenon. But now that I think about it, I still feel a little scared. Yuan Zuozong smiled and asked, "The Sui sword immortal?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "I just knew about it. Li Chungang once said that when he came down from the demon-slaying platform, he had already dropped a lot. This Taoist master didn't want to take any advantage when he went to spar. Although old man Li's realm dropped, the power of the two sleeves green snake was still at its peak. The Sui sword-seeking ancestor only asked for the opponent's strongest move. Therefore, they exchanged arms and there was no winner. In today's world, other than the Beimang military god, Tuoba, only this old ancestor could fight with Wang Xianji to his heart's content. But for some reason, there hasn't been any news from the Martial Emperor city. With the Sui sword immortal's way of doing things, he has always disdained to engage in shady business. Speaking of this, Su Fengnian somehow thought of the battle between Dong Tai and the white-clothed demon outside Beimang's Dunhuang city. The latter's style was similar to the Sui sword immortal, or even better. She clearly didn't use a sword, but she challenged Dong Tai. It was enough to show how conceited she was. Outside the Yellow River Dragon Wall, did she really die in the turbulent river? Yuan Zuozong said with emotion, "Counting with one's fingers, Your Highness provoked the sword-crowned swordsman of the Wu clan's sword tomb, the 11th in the world, Wang Mingyin. Later on, you went into the hinterland of Beimang alone and killed the demon Xieling. Then you fought with Tuoba Chunsun and even brought back the head of the 5th raccoon of Bubang Mountain. This time, you killed Han Jiaoxi, so you haven't been idle. I'm afraid there are hundreds of descendants of the Liang vassal kings. None of them are as hard-working as Your Highness." The cold wind was mixed with the unique, grassy smell of the mountain, refreshing the mind. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Probably the bigger the melon field, the bigger the thief. The crippled man, the ugly woman, the talented man, and the beautiful woman, they are all well matched. I should feel honored to have these famous rivals in the Jianghu. Second brother Yuan, you've been hiding your strength all these years. Chun Jibao has entered the saint state. It's not right if you don't become a celestial state. Yuan Zhuozong laughed and said, I'm far from being comparable to Gu Jiantang of the thunder of mind and Chen Jibao of the plum wine. However, I'm good at fighting. I wonder when I'll be able to fight side by side with your highness on the battlefield. Su Fengnian sighed with his hands in his sleeves. In Beimang, I heard from an old Beiliang soldier that he often dreamt of the Iron Horse Glacier. Yuan Zhuozong looked into the distance and said softly, I'm not optimistic about Westchu's restoration. Su Fengnian nodded and said, just like Su Zhao's refusal to rebel in the past, it seemed that he had disappointed many soldiers, but he didn't do it even though he knew it was impossible. It was not easy for him to see the balance of the world. He didn't want to be an emperor. In his words, even if he was an emperor, could he still have 3,000 concubines? Or could he eat a few more bowls of meat in one meal? To conquer the world, one needs to rely on strong men, strong horses, and strong swords. To rule the world, one needs countless scholars from aristocratic families to work together and gather sand to form a tower. Since the hearts of the people are not on Su Zhao's side at all, he will be a short-lived emperor who rules by drawing rivers. I am destined not to live to this day. Yuan Zhuozong smiled from the bottom of his heart. My adoptive father never plays tricks. He's wise. Su Fengnian turned his head and said, Fengnian was unscrupulous in the past. I've made a fool of myself in front of second brother Yuan. Yuan Zhuozong didn't look at his royal highness. He looked at the White Mountain scenery. Yuan Zhuozong's blind loyalty is not inferior to Han Shengxian. Chapter 794. Dragontail's slope turned downwards. Inside the carriage, the old man shook his head and smiled. Huang Shang really is measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own yardstick. What a pity about that half a jar of wine. Other than Huang Shang, who was about to take up an important position, Li Huai was also sitting in the carriage. The old man knew that this child's horsemanship was terrible and had him abandon the horse and get on the carriage. That night, he had been saved by the youth in an alley battle. Huang Shang did not say anything, but he really cared about the youth. However, Huang Shang himself was in danger and could not promise anything. He just wanted the youth Li Huai to stay away from trouble. If he could gain a foothold in Jing, and if the youth's Jianghu dream did not die, he could put down his old face and ask for a secret martial arts manual for him. He would secretly give it to Li Huai in the future. The young man was trembling with fear. How could he sit face to face with an official? In the past, when he was idling around Iron Lu City, he saw that the patrolling soldiers would retreat. Seeing that they could wear armor and hold iron spears, he was filled with envy. Seeing the youth's unease, the old man who was outstanding in court smiled knowingly. He took the initiative to find a topic and asked the youth about trivial matters. Just as Huang Shang was asking Li Huai, how much his uncle earned from teaching at the private school, an arrow flew through the air from deep in the forest. The head of the old servant, who was focused on driving the horse, was pierced by the arrow and fell back, silently. The corpse pulled at the curtain of the carriage. The quick-witted Li Huai immediately pulled the old man down. When Ning Zong saw a messenger pigeon fly through the air not far away, he suddenly sped up his horse. This time, when he was escorting official Huang to Great Peace City, he had not only offended the dozens of civil officials in the western part of Guangling Road, but also dozens of military officials and generals. One of them was a general who had escaped unscathed in the spring and autumn period. He had 2,000 elite soldiers and almost 400 cavalry. If it was not for the fact that this person had a bad reputation in the officialdom and his domineering personality, he would have clashed with the other generals with real power in the neighboring provinces. In this storm, the generals along the way who were happy to see this would all spread the word that if a large group of people dared to pass through their territory, they would make him pay the price. However, Ningzong still expected the situation to be the worst, apart from adding thick sandalwood to the 3 walls of the carriage early on, to prevent arrows from breaking through the walls to mount a sneak attack. He even let 2 Jianghu heroes with good lightness kung fu take on the role of scouts, coordinating with the 5 riders, 1 in front and 1 behind, under the concentrated fire. Most of the arrows drilled through the outer wall of the carriage and were finally blocked by the expensive red sandalwood hardwood. However, there were still a few arrows that stubbornly revealed their tips. It was enough to show the strength of this group of assassins. The 2 waves of arrows did not have any effect. After a short moment, only 1 arrow pierced through the air. There was a loud bang. Not only did it penetrate through the 2 layers of the carriage, but it also created a hole the size of an orange. It was undoubtedly Ding Su, the number 1 archer of the Iron House army. The arrow was nailed into the red sandalwood wall, its tip still quivering as it hung above Li Whale's head in a threatening manner. The youth's heart was as dead as ashes. Although the old military horse's leg strength was weak, it also had its advantages. Even without a coachman to steer it, after a short period of panic, it quickly stopped and did not spread its hooves to flee in all directions. Otherwise, the mountain road was narrow, and there was a cliff 10 feet to the right, which could easily lead to disaster. Ningzong knew that the Jianghu heroes acting as scouts had met with misfortune. He came near the carriage, not expecting to smoothly rush out of the rain of arrows in one go. He made a prompt decision, having Su Zhan and Miss Zhou do their best to block the following rain of arrows. He and the mediocre Hu Chunya went to help the old and the young get on their horses and return. Huang Shang and Li Wei rode together with Ningzong and Hu Chunya. The young girl's face was already pale. Ignoring the etiquette between men and women, she urged her horse to gallop wildly, making the sloppy fellow, who was always unpleasant to the eye, lower his head and bend his waist. Together, they galloped towards the Dragon Tail Slope Mountain Inn. Ding Se shot an arrow towards the back of Huang Shang's heart, but it was deflected by Su Zhan's rod. But the arrow's momentum was as strong as thunder, making Su Zhan almost unable to hold onto the rod. Ding Se shot 2 arrows together for the second time. 1 arrow continued to target the old man and Huang Shang, while the other arrow chased after the young man. In the middle of the mountain road, a woman's figure was like an ink-black swallow. She floated down from the horse's back and moved backwards. She used her sword to cut an arrow, but her palm instantly drew a deep, bloody groove. Using the rebound force, she floated back onto the horse's back. Her foot touched the water like a dragonfly, and she pounced towards the second arrow that was close to the young man's back. Seeing that it was too late to save him, she could only throw her sword out and hit the arrow's tail feather, forcing it to deviate from its target. But without waiting for the graceful woman to gasp for breath, Ding Su once again drew his bow and shot. In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced between the woman's eyebrows. If she had dodged to the side, this arrow would definitely have killed the red date horse that the young man and woman were riding. The woman gritted her teeth and lowered her head, but stretched out a pair of slender hands with 5 green scallion-like fingers tightly grasping the arrow. Her 5 fingers were connected to her heart, and a piercing pain spread through her body. The woman who refused to let go was sent sliding back several zhang by the arrow. She maintained her posture from the beginning until now. She could almost feel the tail of the horse hitting her cheeks. Her feet sunk into the mud to dissipate the force of the arrow. When she was finally able to throw away the bloody arrow, her swaying body almost fell to the ground and crashed under the horse's hooves. The woman flew to the red date horse and stood on its back. Seeing that Su Zhan's horse had been shot to death, she could only retreat on foot. Fortunately, Su Zhan's rod technique and internal force complemented each other. Even if he had no choice but to retreat, he didn't lose too much momentum. His speed was almost comparable to that of a galloping horse. Ning Zong lamented in his heart. This time, he had no choice but to retreat. He suspected that he had diverted the trouble away. He felt sorry for those strange diners in the inn. He only hoped that those people wouldn't be too implicated. The road was between the hut and the inn. Su Fengnian and Yuan Zuozong were just walking towards the inn. Ning Zong's horse rushed towards them. Yuan Zuozong was shocked and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Su Fengnian gave Yuan Zuozong, who narrowed his eyes with killing intent, a wink to make peace. Both of them retreated towards the hut almost at the same time. In just 2 short steps, their steps were light and elegant. They avoided Ning Zong's horse. Then Hu Chunya's horse happened to pass by. The young man who had already heard the sound of the horse's hooves. He strode out to join in the fun. He didn't have a good temper. Seeing such a hateful scene that disturbed the young master, he grinned and rushed into the horse's abdomen. He suddenly stood up, carried the horse, and continued to run forward. In an instant, he overtook Ning Zong's horse. The strong young man still laughed and said, "This horse is too slow. Let me give you a ride." On the Dragon Tail slope, there was a young man carrying a horse. At the door, Lu Song smiled, but didn't say anything. Wang Lin sat on the threshold and rolled his eyes. The woman in black standing on the horse's back hesitated for a moment, and then floated down to the ground to support Su Zhan, who was slightly behind. The latter had already leaped over the inn's thatched roof. Seeing her stop, he also stopped to block the assassin who was clearly a soldier of the Iron House Brigade. More than 30 horses aggressively followed. All of them were snow-white horses wrapped in cotton. The soldiers were wearing white paper armor that was popular in the old southern Tang. They blended in with the snowy weather. The leader was a burly man with a giant bow in his hand. Perhaps it was because of the military order. He didn't want to waste time and create more problems before killing Huang Shang. The general rushed over and only coldly glanced at the annoying white-haired young man standing in front of the hut. Then he turned to the damned woman, who had ruined his plans several times. Yuan Zuozong smiled and asked, "What do you say?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "If we can avoid it, we won't." The archer Ding, Su didn't want to be distracted. He only wanted to take Huang Shang's head to receive the military merit that guaranteed him a promotion. Some of his subordinates who were itching for a fight didn't mind warming up their hands. Almost at the same time, 2 waves of arrows shot towards Su Fengnian, Yuan Zuozong, Lu Song, and Wang Lin. Lu Song shook his head and used one hand to remove the arrow. Wang Lin was full and had nothing to do. He held the arrow with one hand and deliberately shouted and fell back. Lu Song's eyes had some pity. He looked at the group of ruthless soldiers. It was almost the new year. They didn't know how to let the king of hell relax. They were all in a hurry to reincarnate. Chapter 795. However, before Su Fengnian and Yuan Zuozong could make a move, a tall and sturdy figure arrived with large strides. With his back to the 2, he grabbed an arrow in one hand and glared at the armored soldiers. "I am Duan Chun from Huainan. How dare you hurt me?" Ding Su reined in his horse and stopped. He turned his horse around with a malicious expression. Toward the heroes of Jianghu, this divine archer with a military position had always viewed them as grass, pigs, and dogs. Originally, the few arrows from his subordinates were just to warn the miscellaneous people to watch with folded arms. If they could avoid the arrows, then they were considered capable. Their Iron House army was too lazy to get to the bottom of the matter. If they could not avoid the arrows, then they could only blame their bad luck for appearing on the Dragon-tail slope. However, this whine-on brute, surnamed Duan, had broken the rules and dared to provoke Iron Lu City. Ding Su's ears were sharp, and he had already heard that another cavalry unit had charged up the Dragon-tail slope to block their path of retreat. Huang Shang and the others were destined to be wiped out. He was happy to take the time to play with this group of people. With one hand holding the bow, he took out a special arrow from the whaleskin quiver. Looking down from above, he sneered, "Which I saw us hurting people. It's obvious that you're interfering with the Iron Lu City's mission to suppress the bandits. If you're not a landowning household, you'll be banished 1,000 miles away or beheaded on the spot." The 8-feet-tall man's face turned red, and he said angrily, "You're lying through your teeth. How hateful. Today I am." Without waiting for the man to finish speaking, Ding Su, who didn't want to listen to him, shot an arrow. The Huainan Jianghu man wanted to grab the arrow with his bare hands. However, after thinking it over, the arrow pierced through the air with a thunderous momentum. He didn't dare to take the arrow head-on and dodged it with a lingering fear in his heart. Without waiting for him to calm his mind, Ding Su, who was wearing a high-grade paper armor left behind from the old Southern Tang's national treasury, shook his hand and shot out 2 arrows, one in front and one behind. Their trajectory appeared to be swaying and falling, as if they were spiritual living creatures, extremely crafty. The Wulin man, who had a small reputation in the Wulin world of Lianghuai, groaned inwardly. Just as he was about to shamelessly bend down and roll on the ground like a donkey, he saw a blur in front of his eyes. He straightened his back and focused his eyes. He did not know when the white-faced man had taken a step forward, but he did not know what kind of mysterious technique he used. But there were 4 broken arrows on the ground. The majestic man stamped his foot. The 4 arrows jumped up. Ding Su's countenance changed dramatically. He pulled out 4 eagle plume arrows and shot them out, but the 4 broken arrows still pierced through the hearts of the 4 domineering archers. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ding Su's expression was dark. He spat out word by word from between his teeth, killing armored soldiers, 9, familial extermination. Su Fingyan put his hands in his sleeves and said with a smile, "This one is from Jing, surnamed Su Qi. I have interacted with the 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of War, Lu Baijie and Lu Xingxiang. Whether 9 familial extermination is 9 familial extermination, you, a general with a nameless title, cannot decide. I have to ask if the Ministry of War has such a military law." Ding Su's brow furrowed, his expression uncertain. His thoughts turned quickly. The Su family of Jing? There were millions of people in Great Peace City. There were many families with the surname Su, not to mention dozens of families that had the right to enter the court. They definitely could not be counted with 2 hands. If they really had a relationship with the 2 assistant ministers, even if it was just a faint nod, they were not people that a nameless field officer like him could easily shake. No matter how obedient and careful the officials of Jing were in Jing, when they were outside, they always thought they were better than others. The military of Guangling Road was like a forest, and they were independent. It wasn't that no one dared to not give them face, but Ding Su was not one of them. The moment he heard that they were the sons of officials from the capital, Duan Chun'en's gratitude towards them for saving his life immediately faded. His desire to befriend them vanished like smoke in thin air. He had originally been the nameless disciple of the leader of the Huai Wulin, Old Master Liang. This time, he had secretly escorted official Huang to the north. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not show himself. Everyone in the Jianghu knew of Old Master Liang's good intentions. The spring and autumn families had been destroyed, and the Jianghu was in tatters. The ones who had the right to be called local tyrants were the big shots that held the power of the military towns. It was okay to provoke the government, but to provoke the military towns that liked to talk about suppressing bandits, then it was like a puddle of mud was stuffed into one's pants. It was not shit, but it was worse than shit and could not be shaken off. At this time, the situation was that Su Fengyan, Yuan Zuozong, and Duan Chun were standing in front of the hut. Ding Su and almost 30 people stretched out like a white snake in the middle of the road. At the door of the inn, Lu Song and Wang Lin were watching the show from the side. The woman behind Ding Su and Su Zhan were worried and didn't know how to end the situation. They only wanted to stall for time. The two fleeing riders were actually chased back. The woman who had just fought to the death looked back and sighed in her heart. There was a larger group of riders winding up the long way slope. There were no less than 40 of them. Behind them, there were even footmen who walked as if they were flying. They climbed up the mountain at top speed. The young man carrying the horse put down the red date horse. Hu Chuanya and Li Huai, the poor couple on the horse, were scared out of their wits. The young man hugged the woman's slender waist with both hands. In the past, the woman would have punched and kicked him. At this time, she forgot to teach this little pervert a lesson. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Was she really going to die here today? Hu Chuanya held her face with both hands and was about to cry. She had not yet married a red headscarf and had not yet wandered the Jianghu with an immortal couple. How could she be willing? Su Fengyan turned his head and looked at the old imperial censor riding with Ning Zong. He laughed and asked, "Official Huang, Assistant Minister Lu asked me to meet you here. Let's drink a few cups of wine before going to the capital." Assistant Minister Lu has already set up the table to welcome Official Huang. Ding Su's mind was shaken. If the Lu mentioned by the young master was the Tangxi sword Immortal Lu Baijie, then there was still room for mediation. But if the #1 general of Guangling Path, Lu Xingxiang, really got involved, not to mention a nobody like Ding Su, even if the official general who was determined to win personally made a move, he would still get into trouble. Although Lu Xingxiang, whose reputation was second only to Su Xiao and Gu Jiantang, had left Guangling's Prince Zhao Yi and been promoted to assistant minister of the Ministry of War, his direct subordinates were still all over Guangling. Any one of them was a dauntless character who could shake the entire county with a sneeze. Ding Su was like an ant on a hot pan. He was no longer confident. Huang Shangping smiled faintly and said, "I have met Assistant Minister Lu several times. We have always been friends through literature. This time, I have troubled Assistant Minister Lu to personally arrange it. After entering the capital, I will punish myself with 3 cups of wine." Chapter 796. Ding Su was half believing and half doubting. Huang Shang's official rank was not high, but he had a wide circle of acquaintances. Although there was no rumor on the surface that he had any relationship with the great general Lu Xingxiang, in the officialdom, even a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. It was hard to say that an old fox did not have some foreshadowing of building one plank road under the guise of hiding another. This time, the imperial censor officials from various paths entered the stage one after another. They all said that His Majesty the Emperor was starting to clamp down on Grand Secretary Zhang's one-hand prime minister authority and was starting to support Jean Lanting, this kind of newly popular official in the imperial court, to control the flow of public opinion, so that the new soldier Saint Chen Jibao could join hands with the Ministry of War's Shuanglu to oppose the old Shangshugu, Jiantang, and use the imperial censor to beat down Zhang Julu. Lu Xingxiang and one of the imperial censors, Huang Shang, were undoubtedly important chess pieces. Once they were placed, they could shake the entire court. Ding Su was naturally paranoid. He was more and more frightened by the unreasonable attack of the white-haired young master who claimed to be the son of an aristocratic family in Jing City. A smart person would be fooled by his own cleverness. For a moment, he was at a loss of what to do and what to do. He was afraid that if he offended Lu Xingxiang, the great bodhisattva who could make the Guangling Taoist sect go crazy even though he was far away in Tian City, Ding's several lives would not be enough to make amends. But if they returned without accomplishing anything, it was inevitable that they would be made to suffer in the future. If they were careless and fell for the empty city stratagem, it would be even more difficult to clean up the mess. As long as Huang Chang entered the capital, the western provinces of Guangling Road would definitely shed a few layers of skin, and quite a few heads wearing official hats would fall. Su Fengnian smiled and didn't add fuel to the fire. Instead, he took the initiative to give Ding Su a way out. "Take your time to discuss, Lord Huang, and I will go to the inn to have a drink. After you've discussed, you will be sent out of the country as a gift. Su Qi will remember this favor. If they weren't willing to let him go, then they would lay out a path. First, they would leave dozens of corpses and send them to the Ministry of War in the capital. Then, they would compete to see who their backer was. But I think that in Guangling, other than the vassal king, Zhao Yi, there is no one with a higher official position than Assistant Minister Lu." He heard the name Zhao Yi. Ding Su's eyelids trembled. This boy dared to call the king by his name. Was he really one of those arrogant, young masters of Great Peace City? These bastards who relied on their father's grace were known to only recognize the king and not the vassals. Su, leaving Wu and Lu Xingxiang, and Lu Xingxiang led Yuan Zuozong, and Wang brought Yuan Zua and Wang Lin over the threshold. With and under of Wu and to bring to earlier. Old master left in a hurry and didn't have time to drink. There is still half a jar left on the table. Would you like to satisfy your cravings now? Huang Shang was an official. He was old-fashioned and pedantic, but he had written many high-spirited poems. He wasn't unreasonable. Now that he was at death's door, he was full of heroism. He took the wine jar and shook it. He closed his eyes and smelled it. When he opened his eyes, he smiled. "I've been holding it in. After drinking and satisfying my cravings, it won't be too late to die. When I reach the Yellow Springs, I can still enjoy the fragrance of the wine." Ning Zong, Duan Chun, and the others who entered the room with him had a sad expression. Lord Huang was such an upright official. Even a man whose conscience wasn't eaten by a dog would feel sad for him. Jackal and Wolf said, "Good people can't do anything." Old Master Huang rolled up his sleeve cuff with one hand and poured a few bowls of wine with the other. In addition to the bold, white-haired young Master Su in front of him, he didn't forget Ning Zong and Duan Chun, and who followed him all the way. Looking up, he saw that the stalwart man who killed with a broken arrow didn't sit down. He just stood behind young Master Su. Old Master Huang smiled. "Won't this hero drink a bowl?" Yuan Zuozong smiled and shook his head gently. Hu Chuanya, who just got out of danger, whispered, "Lord Huang, be careful. These people are the same as the government. They collude with each other and play a trick on us. If there is knockout drug in the wine." Ning Zong suddenly withdrew his hand. He didn't rush to drink the wine. Duan Chun, who had already brought the bowl to his mouth, didn't know whether to drink or put it down. He could only pretend to smell the wine. It was a little funny. Su Fengnian's face was calm. His slender fingers rubbed the edge of the bowl. He still didn't get angry. Huang Chang laughed heartily. "When I was young, I learned physiognomy from someone. I know a little about physiognomy. Young Master Su is a man with many blessings and fate. You don't lack wealth. It's not easy for you to cherish blessings and fate. Su Fengnian raised his bowl and drank with the open-minded old master Huang. Su Zhan and the woman surnamed Zhou had been guarding at the door of the inn, carefully guarding against the Iron House soldiers. She didn't look at the elegant, white-haired, young Master Su. She just glanced at him, curious about how he was born with a pair of beautiful red phoenix eyes. At this time, seeing him sitting and drinking with Lord Huang, she took a few more glances. Lu Song stood proudly at the door of the inn with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. The sturdy young man who had previously shocked all the outsiders was sitting on the door sill, bored to death. He only hated those blind armored soldiers for being cowardly and not allowing him to kill to his heart's content. Outside the divine martial city, he had not achieved anything with his rapid-fire arrows, and he was already sullen and uncomfortable. The rapid-fire arrows of that bullshit general on the dragon tail slope, in his eyes, were like a little girl's embroidered shoes. He looked down on them. Half a jar of wine was not enough. Su Fengnian smiled and asked the inn-owner who was squatting beside the curtain, "Innkeeper, do you have good wine? Don't hide it. I won't forget to pay for your wine." Faced with such a calamity that the common people feared like a tiger, the burly man reluctantly stood up. He had served many people by observing their body language, so he was used to bending his back and mumbling to himself, "Yes, yes, yes." Su Fengnian smiled and joked. "Now that things have come to this, one more jar of wine won't cause any more trouble. It's better to get the money first." Hu Chunya glanced at the innkeeper. Fortunately, this guy had a fierce face and a frightening appearance. He was as timid as a mouse. He deserved to be barely able to survive in this small place. Su Fengnian reached into his sleeve and took out an ingot of silver that was not light. He gently tossed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper hurriedly caught it and wiped it with his sleeve. He turned around and took a bite of the ingot to confirm that it was real gold and silver. Only then did he turn back to get the wine, while muttering. Hu Chunya couldn't stand men being stingy and sloppy. She rolled her eyes. On the other hand, Li Huai saw soldiers who killed people like flies, officials like Huang Chang and Su Zhan who were outstanding martial artists. They were all things that the youth could only look at but not reach. Finally, he caught a guy with similar habits. A knowing smile quietly appeared on his face. When Hu Chunya saw it, she remembered that she was taken advantage of by this mischievous and poor guy. She kicked him fiercely. The youth sucked in a breath of cold air. He squatted on the ground and hugged his calf, not daring to cry out. The girl stared at the white-haired man from the corner of her eyes. She felt that this guy was the city god's morning sickness. He didn't have good intentions and was harboring evil intentions. Duan Chun and got up and left the table. He took a jar of wine from the innkeeper and tore off the seal. It was a common rice wine in Jiangnan. It had a refreshing fragrance and was soft in the mouth. It was not easy to get drunk. He took the initiative to pour wine for everyone. Huang Chang even had the mood to laugh at himself. The taste of waiting for death is not good, but if you don't die, you can still drink a few bowls of wine. Wang Lin didn't dare to sit at the same table as Su Fengnian. Just smelling the wine made him confused. He shamelessly asked for a bowl and went to the next table to drink slowly. Su Fengnian drank a mouthful and raised the bowl high. He frowned and shouted, "Innkeeper." The man squatting under the curtain stood up with a nervous face. He straightened his neck and said firmly, "This guest, we didn't add water to the wine. We won't refund the money." Su Fengnian said with a serious face, "There's something wrong with this wine." Huang Chang was confused. Ning Zong and Duan Chun and thought that the wine was poisoned. They immediately turned hostile and prepared to fight. Su Zhan, who was a little further away, also clenched his stick. He didn't expect Su Fengnian to laugh and say, "There's a murderous aura in the wine. The money is too little." The sturdy man who had been the innkeeper of Longway Slope for many years was confused. Su Fengnian threw another ingot of silver. Su Xiao said that there was a guy in southern Tang who was full of guts and had no eyes. He should be rewarded. Except for Yuan Zuozong, who knew what was going on, everyone looked at each other in dismay, as if they had fallen into a sea of fog. Huang Chang was the first to recover, but he didn't show any strange emotions. He lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine. He sighed and said, "The wine does have a murderous aura. After all, it's the souls of the hundreds of thousands of Navy in Boyang Lake. They all fell into this bowl." Chapter 797. Su Fengnian and Huang Chang were speaking in riddles. Other than Ning Zong, who was not young, who could vaguely grasp the clues, most people felt that the two of them were too bored to just drink, so they imitated the scholar and poet to deliberately mystify things, especially in the ears of a boorish person like Duan Chun, and he only felt uncomfortable all over. He treated it as a passing wind and lowered his head to drink. Drinking more was more profitable. There were close to 80 elite cavalrymen of the Iron Hut outside the door, not to mention the large number of infantrymen. What a good catch! Thinking of this, Duan Chun had some complaints about the young master who led his group into the inn. He felt that instead of being on tenterhooks, it was better to kill his way out in one go than to sit and wait for death. The boorish man who got 2 ingots of silver was expressionless, as if he did not understand the meaning of the words at all. His eyes were dull. The white-haired young man was still unwilling to stop. He drank and laughed. After recruiting the Dongyuan Navy Admiral Gu Zhuan, the Liang Navy was like a tiger that had grown wings. They were unstoppable. Hundreds of thousands of troops killed their way to Lake Boyang. There were more than 60 large warships, riding dragons, and supporting crabs parked outside the mouth of the lake. The Liang Navy misunderstood that the Boyang Navy was determined to break out of the encirclement and escape. Every division fought for military merit, so the heavy and difficult-to-float riding crabs and supporting crabs were parked outside the river and only allowed the light and agile boats to sail into the inner lake. Little did they know that the Boyang Navy who was guarding Lake Boyang was resurrected Du Jiankong, who had come back from the dead. This person even personally led 3,000 men of sacrifice to block the narrow channel at the mouth of the lake, causing the Liang Navy to be cut in half at the waist, unable to respond to each other. He then let his 2 sons rush into the riding crabs and riding dragons, filling their boats with oil. They set fire to the boats and perished together with the giant ships. Finally, the unstoppable Liang Navy was intercepted on Lake Boyang. The fire that was rumored to be visible to the entire southern Tang burned for 3 days and 3 nights. This person did not say a word about the death of his sons. Even his 2 daughters-in-law, who came from Jianghu aristocratic families, went into battle and died together at Lake Boyang. It could be said that one person sent all the black-haired people in vain. If the family line was cut off, it would be considered unfilial. After the success of this battle, the Navy of Lake Boyang disembarked, ready to die to reinforce the capital. While they were on their way to the capital, they did not know that the southern Tang sovereign had long been tempted by the Li Yangzhao's bestowal of the Duke of Nangua. He angrily rebuked this man for being disloyal and sent a secret envoy to bestow him with 2 pots of poisoned wine. The Navy of Lake Boyang surrendered without a fight. The 80-year-old General Du Jiankong was beheaded after his death and placed in a box. The king of the southern Tang kingdom wore a hemp robe and opened the city gate. He held the box in his hands and begged for forgiveness. He then knelt down to welcome the imperial advisor. That day, the southern Tang kingdom was destroyed. Huang Shang added oil to the fire and said, "After the matter, The Southern Tang, that failed ruler, rushed to Great Peace City with his brothers from the other countries of the spring and autumn period. Li Yong Xiandi laughed and said that tens of thousands of sailors had died in battle, so he took Du Jiankong's life to pay for it. He still owes me a head. That day, he was conferred the title of Southern Duke. That day, he died in the Southern Duke's residence and became a joke. This old man of the Song family wrote the history of the spring and autumn period. He had a dispute with the old Grand Secretary over whether the Southern Duke should be bestowed an evil or a beautiful title. In the end, he compromised and only bestowed an ordinary title that was neither evil nor beautiful. Southern Tang's surname was Hong, which was the national surname back then. Now, everyone is ashamed to be surnamed Hong. The fierce-looking face of the innkeeper twitched a few times. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He wiped his face and smiled. His eyes were no longer muddy. He walked lightly to the table and asked with a smile, "Guests, would you like to reward this country bumpkin with a bowl of wine to drink?" Su Fengnian spread out his hands and said, "Sit." The innkeeper rubbed his hands and sat down. He looked at Su Fengnian and said, "Young master, are you the important person in charge of Zhaogo in Liyang? You are truly young and promising. Normal people can't enter this place." Su Fengnian shook his head and said with a smile, "I've barely fought with Zhaogo, and I've also had dealings with Beimang's spiderweb. They are all difficult to deal with. If I can avoid them, I won't touch them. Don't worry, on this trip of mine, I just happened to pass by Longway Slope. At first, I was just curious as to why someone would open an inn in this kind of desolate wilderness. If they were looking for wealth, then their eyesight was too poor. If they were looking for stability, then that's more like it." Huang Darren said he knew some physiognomy. "I actually know a thing or two about physiognomy." The innkeeper's physiognomy was 60 years old, but his physiognomy was still too tender. Coincidentally, there was someone in the manor who was skilled in the weaving of facial skin. When I first met him, I was somewhat puzzled. To be honest, maintaining a face is the opposite of maintaining jade. The more jade is maintained, the more mellow and smooth it will be. However, a face that is hard to buy with 1,000 gold won't be easy to wear for 20 years. However, regarding this, I can only treat it as every family having their own difficulties. Meeting was fate, so it was fine after drinking wine. However, when I walked out of the inn and went to the thatched shed to enjoy the scenery, I guessed that when the weather was clear, I could see Nantang Boyang Lake. As for the innkeeper's vocabulary, although he deliberately concealed it when he struck up a conversation earlier, it was no different from a local accent. However, there were a few words that were somewhat deep-rooted. It was clearly an old Nantang accent. Don't you think it's a coincidence? I'm just a hedonistic son of a rich family who pretends to be cultured. I don't learn the good, but I know the bad. Coincidentally, I also have some understanding of Nantang music, so I became more and more curious. The old innkeeper glanced at the ignorant Duan Chun and then laughed heartily. "Young master is learned and skilled, and your knowledge is diverse. It really makes an old man like me, who is half of my body in the yellow mud, admit that I'm old. The younger generation will surpass us in time." Chapter 798. Huang Shang, who had been paying attention to the shopkeeper's expression, saw his glance and was horrified. He hurriedly said to Ning Zong and Duan Chun, "Brother Ning, take Master Duan to the door to see what's going on outside." Ning Zong, who was covered in cold sweat, stood up and pulled Duan Chun's arm to drag him to the door. The old shopkeeper no longer had the air of a merchant. He smiled and said, "Let me ask you an annoying question. You're curious about me, and I'm also curious about what you said just now. You're familiar with Beimang, Liang, Zhaogo, and Cobweb. Ordinary aristocratic families don't have such treatment. Huang Shang, who was about to become an official in the capital, suddenly interrupted. I'm only taking advantage of drinking today, and I'll only talk about drinking in the future. If you two trust me, I'll continue to sit here and drink. If you don't trust me, before Master Huang finished, Su Fengnian picked up the wine jar with a smile and filled Huang Shang's half bowl with wine. They were all smart people and didn't need to say anything. The shopkeeper's eyes softened. He drank a mouthful of wine and then looked up at Yuan Zuozong, who had been silent. He said straightforwardly, Yuan Baixiong, I've been fascinated by the battle in the princess tomb for a long time. Yuan Zuozong narrowed his eyes and smiled. Compared to the battle at Boyang Lake, it's a far cry. Huang Shang was shocked and speechless at first, but he suddenly understood and smiled bitterly. Finally, he lowered his head and murmured, There's no such thing as taking advantage for free in the world. But this wine is spicy, but it warms my heart. After sitting here today, I have no regrets in this life. The shopkeeper stared at Su Fengnian and said something shocking. I heard that the heir of Beiliang traveled 3 times and went all over Liang and Beimeng. Do you have nothing better to do? Young Master Su, can you explain a little to me? Su Fengnian stopped drinking and tucked his hands into his sleeves. In the beginning, I was fleeing. Later on, I wanted to take a look around. I wanted to walk the path that old man had walked all those years ago and take a look at the great country that he had conquered. As for why I went to northern Mang, if I were to really talk about it, this half-full jar of wine on the table is not really enough. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, There really isn't any wine left. He rubbed his face and sat next to the window. He looked out the window and chuckled softly, looking at the great lake of southern Tang, below the 9-story tall building connecting all 8 directions and holding up half of the sky. Good mountains and good waters greet me from the bottom of my eyes. His accent remained unchanged. His accent remained unchanged. When the wind is clear and the clouds are broad, with a few jars of inferior wine, we discuss the affairs of the 2 dynasties, moving unhindered through the annals of history. Wouldn't it be delightful to eat and drink all the blocks in one's chest? Isn't that great? Su Fengnian said softly, Merits and demerits are recorded in history. Good and evil can only be judged by the king of hell. Huang Shang, who was supposed to be quiet, drank a bowl of wine and wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He sighed and said, The history of each dynasty is only written in the hearts of the emperors. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Only 5 words. The old shopkeeper repeatedly murmured the 2 words, Loser is the bandit. Unexpectedly, tears flowed down his face. He suddenly raised his head and drank all the wine and tears in the bowl. It doesn't matter if great ancestor Gu's whole family died. In the end, there were still some elders of southern Tang who said a few good words. Since ancient times, how many emperors who sat on the country would rather be ashamed of their ancestors and the people? The world said that before Du Jiankong drank the poison wine, he stomped his feet and cursed the previous emperor for being muddle-headed. Nonsense! They said that before Du Jiankong died, he would cut off his own eyes and throw them into Boyang Lake so that he could open his eyes and see the previous emperor's miserable end. Nonsense! The world said that great ancestor Gu led the army to fight outside southern Tang's territory and was enough to protect southern Tang for 20 years. Nonsense! What a good and evil King Yama. What a winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Great ancestor Gu struggled at death's door for 20 years. Today, he heard these 2 words. Su Fengnian stood up and said calmly, Su Fengnian of Beiliang greets General Gu. Su Xiao once said that great ancestor Gu was full of guts. South Gu was far better than North Gu. He was the Li Chungang of the imperial court. Master Li Yishan also praised General Gu's Ash's collection of martial arts. It was called the best military book in the contemporary era. It was better than the ancients. The old shopkeeper shook his head and said nothing. Huang Shang put down the bowl and asked softly, "Someone in the capital said that Beimeng can't enter the Central Plains. Is it true?" Su Fengnian was about to speak when Yuan Zuozong sneered behind him, "Master Huang, do you know that Beiliang's soldiers sent you off 600 times? Huang Shang smiled. "I heard a little about it. I didn't believe it before." Su Fengnian turned his head and said, "Second brother Yuan, I'll give you half a bowl of wine." Yuan Zuozong smiled and left. He walked out of the inn and said, "It's enough." Huang Shang's expression changed slightly, and he sighed softly. Great ancestor Gu, who hid his identity as a shopkeeper, rubbed his temples. There was a knowing smile in his eyes. Su Fengnian's next words were like throwing a huge rock into the lake. Beiliang's infantry still lacks a deputy commander. General Gu has received 2 ingots of silver. You have to give me an explanation. As for Master Huang, don't go to the capital to die. You can choose a civil official position in Beiliang. It was not up to Lord Huang to decide whether to go or not. Su Fengnian was determined to use force before courtesy. Even if he had to knock him unconscious, he would still tie him up. Anyway, the soldiers of the Iron Hut died because of you. Even if Master Huang jumped into Boyang Lake 100 times, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. It's better to go to Beiliang with me. Great ancestor Gu laughed. You're straightforward. You're worthy of being Su Zhao's son. I like you. Let's make things clear first. You get what you pay for. What deputy commander? What infantry commander? Let that Yen Wenluan, who squats in the latrine and doesn't shit in it, do odd jobs for me. Huang Shang said helplessly, "Then I beg His Royal Highness to knock me out first." Su Fengnian put his hands in his sleeves and smiled like a fox. Chapter 799. The fire on the Dragon Tail slope burned the simple inn and the corpses of the soldiers. Su Fengnian squatted at the side and spread his hands lazily to warm himself. Looking at the ashes on the ground, he could not help but think of great ancestor Gu's military book, Ashes. There were 16 volumes which detailed ancient and modern strategies, the situation of the territory, the importance of public lands, naval warfare, river defense, and many other elements. It first proposed that the land was the foundation of the country's military strategy and gave an incisive overview of the world. Xiangfan was the land of the world, and Beiliang was the land where lions hunted rabbits. In fact, they all came from the same ashes. Secondly, the situation and the imperial government complemented each other, and neither could be missing, especially the emphasis on the exploration of mountain sand mines. It could be said to be all-encompassing. Li Yishan's vision was very high, and he sincerely admired Ashes, praising it as a new paradise for the military strategists of later generations. Unfortunately, the Southern Tang dynasty collapsed, and half of the 16 volumes were confiscated by the National Treasury. Most of them were pocketed by Gu Jiantang, and the remaining 8 volumes were scattered among the people. Beiliang only had 3 volumes. When Su Fengnian was young, he was often punished by Li Yishan to copy miscellaneous books. The 3 volumes of Ashes undoubtedly made him suffer a lot. At that time, he would never have thought that today he would be drinking at the same table with the military books author, and that they would return to Beiliang together. If they met earlier, perhaps his master would have had another drinking buddy. Hu Chunya stared blankly at this sloppy guy. Not only did he order his retainers to kill the Dragon Tail slope, he even had the mood to leisurely warm himself by the fire. Why didn't he hurry up and run away? She did not even have a good impression of this guy in white. After escaping from death, she did not even think of thanking him, let alone repaying his kindness. She just felt that he was not pleasing to the eye. It would be nice if she could step on his snow-white body a few times and leave a few black mud marks on the soles of her shoes. However, Huchunya subconsciously glanced at the 9-feet-tall man not far away. It was this person who walked out of the inn. After a few sips of wine, it was completely quiet outside. He dragged the corpse of the Iron Lu City's master archer general into the burning inn like a dead dog. Seeing this, Huchunya, who was hiding in the thatched shed, almost vomited. As for the young Li Huayr, who was ignorant of worldly affairs, his eyes were wide open from the beginning to the end, foolishly watching people collect the corpses. He firmly believed that this group of elite armored soldiers had been punished by the heavens, and refused to believe that they had been killed by humans. The hut was not burned down. Great ancestor Gu and Huang Shang stood in the hut and looked to the south together, sighing. Birds of a feather flock together. Ning Zong, Su Zhan, and the woman surnamed Zhou naturally gathered together. The woman took advantage of the fire to retrieve her sword. Her hands were badly mangled, but fortunately, her muscles and bones were not injured. She applied an exclusive golden sore medicine and wrapped it in a clean silk cloth and did not care about it anymore. No matter if one traveled alone or in a group, gold, silver, and soft goods were a necessity in Jianghu. The delicate bottle to hold the ointment was even more indispensable. The woman surnamed Zhou was not old, but she was already experienced in Jianghu. She relied on herself to reach the 3rd level of strength. For a woman who could not be said to have any family inheritance, it could be said to be a miracle. Huchunya had always been rude when speaking, and this time was no exception. She heartlessly asked a question that made Ning Zong's eyelids tremble. "Will this guy kill us to silence us?" The woman surnamed Zhou put her palm on the sword hilt and remained silent. To a swordsman, a sword was not only a lover's beauty, but also a lover's love. Sometimes it was also a strict senior. Looking at a sword was like looking at a person, reminding people that Li Chungang once held a wooden horse and ox with a sword. Dong Tai also twisted a peach branch like holding a sword, and the 9 swords of the Wu family held a sword until they died in the wilderness of Beimeng. In Jianghu, there were many sabersmen who turned to swordsmanship, and few swordsmen who turned to other weapons. Practicing swordsmanship from childhood to old age, they stuck to one thing until death. Even if they could not achieve anything in their lifetime, they would not abandon the sword midway. Although Su Zhan's family had declined, a dead camel was still bigger than a horse, and his family was still not thin. His father, Su Dachu, wrote the Observing Skills Scripture, which could be said to be a comprehensive collection of staff techniques. When the Su family of Lianghuai was mentioned, even the bandits who disregarded human life would give them a thumbs up. It was only because it was said that when Su Dachu was young, he was fortunate enough to meet the spear immortal Wang Xiu. At that time, the famous great guru saw that Su Dachu's foundation was not bad and taught him a secret formula. In the eyes of the Wulin people of Lianghuai, it was tantamount to building a friendship with a real immortal on the earth. It was just that fortune and misfortune came together. After Wang Xiu was killed by Chen Jibao, the foundation of the Su family, which had been relying on the spear immortal for many years, began to decline day by day. It was no longer the same as before. Su Dachu died, depressed, and Su Zhan was used to seeing the fickleness of human nature, so his temperament became colder, compared to Huchunya's pure disgust, which came from instinct. Su Zhan had a few more hidden feelings of jealousy and reverence for that enigmatic young master. However, he did not want to be noticed by Zhou Qinghuai, so he was suffocating. Zhou Qinghuai said calmly, "I only heard that Master Huang will not be going to the capital for the time being, and will be going to Shangyin Academy to visit a friend. I don't trust this group of people, so I will accompany them." Uncle Ning and young Master Su, what do you plan to do? Chapter 800. Ning Zong shook his head. He didn't dare to puff himself up at his own cost. More than 100 of his soldiers had died, and all his belongings were there. He had to hurry back to remedy the situation. Since Sir Huang was safe for the time being, Ning Zong wasn't so chivalrous that he didn't care about the survival of his family. Ning Zong didn't hide it and said directly, "Qin Hu, I can't go to Shangyin Academy with such a big thing happening." Su Zhan said in a low voice, "Uncle Ning, don't worry. I'll do my best to protect Sir Huang with Qin Hu." Ning Zong was relieved and patted Su Zhan's shoulder. Hu Chuanya said excitedly, "Sister Zhou, young Master Su, you can come to my house." Ning Zong smiled. The reason why he had brought this girl along this time was partly because she had insisted on joining them, and partly because Ning Zong had a plan in mind. Hu Chuanya was the only daughter of the Kaisher Mountain's master. The Kaisher Mountain had a high prestige in the Lianhui region and was second to none in the Zhejiang region. Zhao Hongdan of the Kaisher Mountain wielded the drunken sword, and when she sparred with others, she liked to drink. The more intoxicated she was, the better her swordsmanship would be, and it was rare for her to meet a worthy opponent. She had the strength of level 3, which was equivalent to one of the 6 assistant ministers in Jianghu. Hu Chuanya didn't follow Zhao Hongdan's surname because the real master of the Kaisher Mountain was Zhao Hongdan's wife, Hu Jingxia. She was a famous tigress. Hu Chuanya's grandfather was an elder of the southern Tang dynasty who had retired from Zhejiang. During the Spring and Autumn War, he had led thousands of soldiers. He was ruthless and killed people like flies. Zhao Hongdan was considered to have married into the Hu family of the Kaisher Mountain. After hastily burying the old servant who had served Sir Huang for many years, Ning Zong cupped his hands and bid farewell to everyone at the bottom of the Dragon Tail slope. He rode straight to the south while Duan Chun and rode to the north to report. Previously, Yuan Zuozong deliberately left a few war horses behind and did not send them to the king of Hell's palace. Now they came in handy. Su Zhan, Zhou Qinghu, Hu Chuanya, and Su Fengyan, great ancestor Gu, Yuan Zuozong rode 2 carriages. Huang Chang and the young man, Li Huai, rode in the same carriage. Lu Song was the coachman of this carriage, while the kamikaze warrior Wu drove the other carriage. Wang Lin was unwilling to sit in the carriage, so he sat behind the young man and muttered, saying that the woman surnamed Zhou's buttocks were like the full moon, and her eyebrows were raised. Not only was she good at giving birth, but she was also a seductive beauty. After he brought her into his family, she would definitely give birth to a large nest of babies. Ever since Wu left the Xinwu city, he had been arguing with Wang Lin. Now that they were talking about a woman's figure, they were on the same side for the first time. This was how children were. They were the most unwilling to show weakness on this topic. They were afraid that they would be treated as a fledgling who had never tasted meat. They had just left the Dragon Tail slope and had not yet turned into the Courier Road when a group of people blocked their way. There were about 20 of them, and their momentum was very domineering. These 20 riders were wearing a variety of clothes. There was an enchanting woman wearing a colorful thin gown in the winter, and a handsome and delicate young man nestled in her arms. There was a boorish man who was bare-chested and had a live snake as his belt. There was an old man in brocade who was dozing off. His head was nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. There was a handsome young man who was holding a folding fan and wearing a fox fur coat. There was an iron tower giant who was 10 feet tall and held a copper ball in his hand. There was also a dwarf who was jumping around. He was standing on a tall horse that did not match his body size. His big robe was almost dragging on the ground. He was so bizarre that people would think that they had fallen into the ghost city of Fengdu. Hu Chunya looked on with a sluggish expression. This time he really hit the nail on the head. He had seen a ghost during the day. Su Zhan and Zhou Qinghu's gazes met, and they both saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. Although the 20 riders were blocking the path, their positions were very clear. The two of them recognized the rider at the back, a bald man with a scarred head like a monk. However, he was wearing a rare Taoist robe that was neither from Mount Longhu nor Mount Wudong. On his shoulder stood a gorgeous parrot. This person could be considered the #1 great calamity in the Jianghu of the two rivers. He killed people as he pleased. Even Master Liang had suffered a great loss under his hands. At that time, Chaosher Mountain was angry that a woman in the volcano had been humiliated to death by him. They did not hesitate to mobilize all of their forces, mobilizing 100 light cavalry servants. However, even Zhou Bao and Zhou Qinghu were unable to do anything about it. However, this kind of troublesome devil was only stopped at the back of the 20 riders. Everywhere in the Jianghu, one's seniority was determined by how much strength one possessed. If one's strength was not up to par, one would have to obediently sit on the side. However, they were unable to succeed. The leader of the 20 riders kept a distance behind them. He was a sturdy man with an ordinary appearance. Whether it was his appearance or adornment, he was not eye-catching. Behind him, a coquettish woman in a colorful thin dress clicked her tongue and pretended to be surprised. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled at the dragon tail slope, and more than 100 bowls of Mengpo's soup were handed out on the bridge of helplessness. This young master's skills are not inferior to our devil sect. Su Fengyan frowned. Devil sect? 60 years ago, the great immortal Qi Xuanzhen had single-handedly wiped out 6 devil sect celestial demons on the devil-slaying platform. It was earth-shattering. Since then, the devil sect, which was at its peak, had been unable to recover. Like a rat crossing the street, they only dared to act sneakily. How did they manage to gather such a large group of disciples and disciples today? Could it be that they were trying to recruit him into the devil sect? Could it be that after hearing that Hong Shixiang, the reincarnation of Qi Xuanzhen, had committed suicide, these guys really thought that it was time for them to make a comeback? Su Fengyan gently squeezed the horse's belly, and the horse's hooves were light. He asked with a smile, "What? You want me to be the leader of your devil sect? You have good taste." Chapter 801. Hearing Su Fengyan's arrogant words, the woman was like a fox demon coming out of an ancient temple deep in the mountain. Her delicate hand pushed away the pale green youth in her bosom, who was as handsome as a woman. She held her chest and pretended to be resentful. Her charming eyes were like silk as she said, "Nujia doesn't mind Gongzi becoming the cult leader, but Nujia's words carry little weight. I can't keep my word." Su Fengyan's horsemanship was exquisite. Even if he did not wave the whip with both hands in his sleeves, the warhorse still stopped as if it had a tacit understanding. With a mocking smile, he asked, "Your devil cult has dominated the Jianghu for 100 years, but your vitality was greatly damaged by Qi Xuanzhen alone. For the last several decades, you have been like a stray dog. I heard that even the second-rate schools dare to ride on your head and defecate and piss. What good will it do for me to be the cult leader who doesn't live up to the name? Don't tell me I have to pay for your basic necessities. Look, your Annie can't even afford to buy thick clothes. And that poor man holding the copper ball, his upper body is bare. And then there's that parrot behind him. Let me see, its breed is not good. It's a primrose that costs only several hundred taels of silver. If it were me, if I wasn't the she-fei who can't be bought with 100 taels of gold, how could I have the face to roam the Jianghu?" Hu Chunya rolled her eyes and angrily said, "This fellow really doesn't know life from death. He's a jinx." If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have run into this group of big devil heads." The fox-like woman who was called Annie smiled sweetly and sweetly said, "Annie is too poor to wear warm clothes, but don't I still have you, Gongzi? Let's go back and find a mandarin duck brocade quilt to cover ourselves. We'll be honest with each other and snuggle for warmth." Hu Chuanya, whose face was flushed, spat with all her strength. What a shameless slut! The handsome youth in the woman's bosom seemed to have knocked over a jar of vinegar, but without waiting for him to speak, the plump woman quietly stretched out her hand and dug her nails into his cheek. The pain was so severe that he immediately kept quiet out of fear. The woman was looking at Su Fengnian with a face full of spring, but as soon as she turned her gaze, she quickly turned to glare at the young girl, Hu Chuanya, with a cold, murderous intent. She lifted her sleeves and rolled up a strand of hair on her temples. A beautiful butterfly appeared in front of Hu Chuanya's eyes. The young girl was pleasantly surprised, but without thinking, she wanted to grab this adorable plaything with her fingers. However, Zhou Qinghu, who was beside her, quickly pulled out his Qinghong sword and slashed the butterfly into two halves. However, the butterfly that should have died did not fall to the ground. Instead, one died, and the other two came back to life, turning into two butterflies that fluttered their wings and pounced towards the young girl. Only now did Hu Chuanya realize the severity of the situation and hurriedly reined in the horse to retreat. Zhou Qinghu's expression was grave. He changed from slashing to slapping. The sword collided with the butterfly, unexpectedly producing two muffled pung sounds. The butterfly did not die. It bounced back several feet and leisurely returned. The woman laughed so hard that her chest shook violently. She looked more and more like a fox spirit that had cultivated into a spirit. She reminded with a smile, "This maiden who uses a sword, even if an ordinary sword can cut through iron like mud, it can't kill the laughing, silly butterfly that I've carefully raised. If it's not a Taoist sword, don't waste your energy. A good girl like you shouldn't practice the sword. Don't you know that all the men in the world have swords hanging on their waists? That sword is the real good sword. Alas, it's a pity that you haven't tasted it and don't know how powerful it is. After tasting it a few times, you'll definitely feel like dying. You'll tactfully beg for mercy and willingly admit defeat." The woman turned her head to look at Su Fengnian and asked, "Young master, don't you think so?" The leader of the horsemen said flatly, "Enough." The woman playing with the butterfly immediately shut her mouth. The horseman, who had the least presence of an expert in the devil cult, looked at Su Fengnian and said, "I'm Lu Ling Gui, the right protector of the so-called devil cult. This time, I'm under the orders of the cult leader to welcome young master into the cult." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Zhulu Mountain has been without a leader for more than 60 years. How come there's a new master? The Zhulu Mountain is like a temple with 2 kings and 4 dukes and marquises. The 6 of them have always boasted of being external demons, and you protectors are merely lackeys who serve them tea and water. It seems like the Zhulu Mountain sincerity is not enough." Lu Ling Gui, the devil cult's protector, did not get angry. He said calmly, "As long as young master enters the mountain, you can be directly conferred the title of Marquis if nothing unexpected happens. As long as you make a great contribution to Zhulu Mountain in the future, the day of being conferred the title of king is just around the corner." It seemed that this was the first time that the horsemen behind Lu Ling Gui heard about this. When they looked at Su Fengnian again, their eyes were filled with sincere envy and respect. Even the old man in brocade clothes, who was dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes. When the devil cult was at its peak, it was rumored that there were 30,000 people. There were many talents and experts. It was said that they could compete with a small country. The Jianghu 60 years ago was the history of the righteous faction fighting with Zhulu Mountain to the death. Almost 70 to 80% of the Wulian Alliance chiefs in history died in the hands of the devil cult. After one died, another was elected, one after another. Later, this popular position became a chicken rib that all the Jianghu people knew well. Chao Chongqing's drunken shouting and taking off his boots, Li Chuangong's sword, Dong Tai's donkey riding to see the world, and Wang Xianji's second in the world. These outstanding figures gave the younger generation the feeling that there were so many beauties in Jianghu. Every time they thought about it, their minds would waver. As for the big and small demons involved with Zhulu Mountain, they seemed to have a lot of bad deeds. They either drank people's hearts and livers, plucked yin to nourish yang, or killed an entire family with a snap of their fingers. This was especially true for the past leaders of Zhulu Mountain and the 6 sky demons. It seemed that it wasn't enough to dominate Jianghu. They also wanted to conquer the world. When the Central Plains lost the deer, all the heroes in the world would chase after it. This was the meaning of Zhulu Mountain. When Su Xiao led the Iron Horse into Jianghu, the target of his attack was Zhulu Mountain, which was shrouded in clouds and fog. It was said that the mountain had been accumulating gold and silver for hundreds of years. It was so rich that it could rival a country. Unfortunately, the Bailiang cavalry stopped at Dragon Tiger Mountain. Su Fengnian was absent-minded for a while, so the spirit turtle didn't rush him. However, the brute with the bronze ball, who was ridiculed by Su Fengnian, didn't have the leisure to wait for the cold in the winter. He raised his palm high above his head and lifted the huge bronze ball weighing hundreds of kilograms. He shouted angrily and threw it at the pretty boy with a disgusting smile. The bronze ball was as heavy as a mountain. Yuan Zuozong rushed out with an iron spear in his right hand. He waved his left hand and easily knocked away the bronze ball. One man, one horse, and one spear galloped forward. The spirit turtle was a little annoyed and didn't care about Yuan Zuozong's ability to knock away the heavy bronze ball. But when he rushed forward with a spear in his hand, the spirit turtle became serious. The woman who was playing with butterflies was the first to dodge. Obviously, she didn't want to join in the fun. The spirit turtle wanted to test the white-haired young man's real strength. After a little hesitation, it reined its horse and dodged. The other horses did the same. So, only Yuan Zuozong was left to confront the man who lost the bronze ball. The brute sneered to boost his courage. The muscles in his arms swelled up like dragons. He was about to grab the spear with his bare hands. However, the next moment, his body was suspended in the air. The spear penetrated the brute's strong body. Not only that, but the huge force also knocked him off the horse and lifted him in the air. The strong brute fell to the ground and died. Yuan Zuozong with the spear turned his horse around in the encirclement of the demons. No one dared to provoke him. Hu Chuanya opened her mouth in horror. That's it. Shouldn't the demons beat the white-haired young man until he was rolling on the ground? Su Zhan's eyes were strange. There was an ancient saying in Jianghu that said 3 parts of the stick technique and 7 parts of the spear. The stick, and the spear were all connected. Generally speaking, the spear was a line, and the circle was wonderful. The stick could hit a large area, and it was like torrential rain. Su Zhan had been immersed in the stick technique for many years. His father's generation was famous in this area. For the casual spear of Yuan Zuozong, there was nothing unusual about it. However, Su Zhan knew the meaning of this spear. It was the peak state of the observing skill scripture of his father, Su Dachu. People who practice martial arts were always confused by the dense and complicated moves in the secret manuals. However, once they crossed the threshold and broke through the paper window, it became easier and easier to understand. There was no need to memorize many words, and there was no need to use hundreds of fancy moves. When a master faced an enemy Life and death were often decided. The living would have a bad reputation, and the dead would be reincarnated. The spirit turtle was indifferent to the dead man. He praised indifferently, "No wonder you are known as the most powerful general Yuan Baixiong on the spring and autumn horse." Yuan Zuozong pulled the spear and retreated slowly. He was unparalleled. Even Hu Chuanya, a girl who was obsessed with insignificant things, was in a trance. He was so cool and unrestrained. She continued to curse in her heart. It was really a pity that such a valiant hero was actually a servant of someone who only knew how to talk fast. Su Fengnian laughed. "Fortunately, Wang Xiaoping of Wudong is not here. Otherwise, none of you can leave." As he spoke, a middle-aged Taoist with a brand new peach-wood sword appeared behind the 20 riders. After the battle in Divine Martial Arts City, the elusive Wudong sword maniac had set up a formation, as if he was the oriole behind the mantis. Su Fengnian laughed shamelessly. "I said I was a jinx. Sure enough, it comes true every time." The Taoist was 1 foot tall, and the devil was 10 feet tall. But today, the Taoist was 3,000 feet tall. Chapter 802, with Yuan Zuozong and Wang Xiaoping at the back, the people of Zhulu Mountain were all cultivators. Most of them had lost the will to fight. The beautiful woman saw that the situation was not good, so she decisively took back the pair of colorful butterflies. The butterflies flew around her and returned to her sleeves. The world recognized Wudong's Shinto sword and Gu Jiantang's Nanhua saber as the #1 talisman weapon in the world. Gu Jiantang was in the center of the imperial court and was just an unreachable statue in Jianghu. Wang Xiaoping was different, especially for devils like women who studied unorthodox methods. She was the bane of their lives. Playing witchcraft in front of Wang Xiaoping was like courting death. Wang Xiaoping's talisman sword could break 10,000 spells, but the land spirit turtle and several other powerful figures in Zhulu Mountain did not lose their color even when they saw the Wudong sword maniac. The land spirit turtle was even more calm and said softly, "Zhulu Mountain is waiting for you at the foot of the Dragon Tail slope. We only want to welcome you to be conferred the title of Marquis. We don't want to provoke you. The reason why we have gathered so many people is that we are worried that you will think that Zhulu Mountain is not sincere enough." The spirit tortoise, who was not good with words, was carefully weighing its words when it was interrupted by Hu Chunya's crisp laughter. However, this time, Zhou Qinghu and the others did not blame the little girl too much. The scene in front of them was simply too unexpected. The nearly 20 riders behind the spirit tortoise also reacted and whispered among themselves. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Wudong Taoist with the peach-wood sword on his back came in a hurry, leaving everyone aside, probably because he didn't like Su Fengnian's pretense. Su Fengnian, who had his hands in his sleeves, casually raised his cuffs and wiped his cheeks. This vulgar action caused the woman's delicate body to sway. The handsome young man in her arms with a gentle face hated Su Fengnian even more for taking all the limelight. Su Fengnian was in a good mood today and did not mind these people from the devil cult blocking his way. He said, "If Zhulu Mountain is sincere, ask your hierarch to come and see me in person. Otherwise, there is no need to talk. Conferred the title of Marquis? I can't believe you have the guts to take it out." Those demons who had been prejudiced by their first impressions were used to sitting on a mountain and watching the world. At this moment, they also remembered that the young man in front of them would one day become the king of Bailiang. The vassal kings of Liang were powerful and influential. Who could defeat the king of Bailiang? This time, Deer Chasing Mountain was indeed a little petty. Lu Lingui was truly a good-tempered clay bodhisattva. He did not object to the request, but a strange smile appeared on his lips. "I was fortunate enough to meet sect master in the mountain. Sect master once said that he had some connections with you. Young master, since that's the case, I dare not act on my own. I'll return to the mountain to meet sect master and pass on your request. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, from your tone, it sounds like your cult master has a great background. Spirit Tortoise Lu said calmly, I don't dare to lie, but I can tell you the truth. Sect master took only half a day to reach the top of the mountain. He slaughtered the original 2 kings and 4 dukes. At this time, Deer Chasing Mountain has already recruited 4 first-level masters and half of the mysterious Finger Vajra. Aside from me coming to welcome you, there are 2 other groups of people welcoming people into the mountain. Sect Master even went to West Chu's Chao Chongqing in person, asking this Confucian saint to be the senior guest of Deer Chasing Mountain. Su Fengnian was dumbfounded, as if he had heard a heavenly book. He mocked, then why didn't your sect master just make Wang Xianji the vice sect master, and then make Dong Tai the senior guest? Then he could swallow the Wu family sword tomb and dominate the martial arts world. Who would dare to oppose him? That's what you call awe-inspiring. Spirit Tortoise Lu said methodically, I'll pass on your suggestion to sect master. Su Fengnian imitated a young girl and chuckled, which could be considered as an order to leave. Spirit Tortoise Lu was quite efficient. He did not waste any more words and turned his horse around to leave with his people. The scantily clad, beautiful woman didn't forget to glance back and smile. Su Fengnian stood there in a daze. He didn't care much about the devils of Deer Chasing Mountain, whose strength couldn't be underestimated. However, he was a bit wary of the cult master, who was like a flood dragon in the clouds. Although Su Fengnian didn't believe Spirit Tortoise Lu's words at all, he didn't lower his guard at all. Deer Chasing Mountain had stood in Jianghu for 800 years. The catastrophe 60 years ago wasn't the most tragic in the history of the demonic cult. 100 years ago, almost all the sword immortals, except for Ancestor Lu, who was the first in 500 years, had gone to Deer Chasing Mountain and killed a lot of people. In each dynasty, the founders were mostly talented and wise, and their successors were not too far behind. Occasionally, there would be a Lord of Resurgence who would turn the tide, but he could only prolong the dynasty's reign. However, there were a total of 9 cult leaders of Deer Chasing Mountain, including the previous Lu Songtao. All of them were the overlords of Jianghu, who were only 1 step away from Wang Xianji. The cult leader's seat would be left empty for decades rather than for a mediocre person to sit on. Whoever became the cult leader, no matter how unknown they were outside of Deer Chasing Mountain, would definitely be an extraordinary figure. Take Lu Songtao, for example. After he suffered qi deviancy derangement, he left Deer Chasing Mountain and killed more than 10,000 people. This caused the Jianghu and the imperial court to feel uneasy and try their best to stop him. However, it was all to no avail. In the 9 kingdoms of spring and autumn, Lu Songtao had killed 2 emperors. One of them was dismembered by Lu Songtao on the dragon throne, while the other lost his head on the dragon bed for no apparent reason. The number of officials, generals, and ministers in the Central Plains was uncountable. It was rumored that in the end, the divine master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhao Gusu, personally went to the Dragon Lake and sacrificed 6 purple golden lotuses. She used the power of a celestial to engrave the prophecy of the 9 words and killed Lu Songtao from thousands of miles away. The outstanding people of the same generation as Lu Songtao, be it the Sword Immortals or the people of the 3 sects, without exception, did not attain immortality. It was probably because the will of heaven was angry that it did not do anything, so the gate of heaven was closed for 20 years. Su Fengnian laughed at himself. A few years ago, he liked to listen to stories of people like Lu Songtao the most. When he really thought that he had rolled back and forth in the mud a few times, he no longer envied him. Lu Songtao flew all day long and could not be killed by hundreds of slashes. What kind of Jianghu people were they? They were all immortals. Su Fengyin shook his head slightly and shook off his messy thoughts. He did not want to think about the Zhulu Mountain or the hierarch. He pulled out his sleeve and made a gesture to move forward. Great Ancestor Gu, who had demanded an exorbitant price for the position of commander of the Bailiang infantry, followed quietly. The two of them walked side by side. The old man, who was no longer lethargic, laughed softly and said, "Your Highness, I shamelessly asked you for a troublesome official position. Please don't take it seriously. Now, I know what the Bailiang cavalry lacks and what they need. I won't cause you any trouble." Su Fengyin did not puff himself up at his own cost. He nodded and said, "Previously, I let the Huaihua great General Zhong Hangu take off his armor and return home. My actions were not honorable. It would not be easy to immediately make a move on Yan Wenluan, even if Su Xiao personally made a move, let alone me. But please rest assured, General Gu, the position of the deputy commander of the infantry will definitely be yours." Great Ancestor Gu laughed and asked, Great Ancestor Gu, have some fame in naval warfare. As the deputy commander of the infantry, aren't you afraid that Yan Wenluan, who has outstanding military achievements, will push you aside and make you lose face? Even you, the one who recommended him, will be disgraced?" Su Fengyin shook his head and said, "On the surface, it seems that Yan Wenluan has the right time, place, and people. However, when I first traveled the Jianghu, there was a saying on the inn's wall, 'The one who stands at the top cannot sit for too long.' Don't rely on a moment of pride to cover the future. Yan Wenluan has cultivated his direct descendants for 20 years, resulting in a pool of stagnant water. This person seems to be at the peak of his power. His words carry weight in the Bailiang infantry, but in fact, he is not really an iron bucket. In the officialdom, a local snake has its advantages, and a dragon that crosses the river also has its advantages. Besides, if Yan Wenluan's table manners are too ugly and he really wants to lose face with a hedonistic son like me, I will take advantage of this situation and let him accompany Zhong Hangu to enjoy his grandchildren." Great Ancestor Gu turned his head and glanced at the carriage that Huang Shang was in. He sighed and said, "If Huang Shang is a foolish but loyal scholar, he will not go to Bailiang." Chapter 803. Su Fengyin smiled and said, "The descendants of Bailiang's generals are the so-called descendants of generals. Other than some second- and third-class families, very few families let their descendants go to the border to live a military life. The commander of the cavalry, Zhong Hangu, did not let Zhong Qingxin join the army. First, he didn't want to cut off the family line. Second, he had a sinister eye. He believed that the military had ruled for 20 years and had accumulated a lot of corruption. In the end, it would be a civil official who was familiar with politics to take over. But these years, the imperial court has been waving its hoe vigorously and sparing no effort in poaching people. In the past, it was Yan Jieshi who became a relative of the imperial family. Following that, it was Jean Lanting who gained power. Now, it was the great scholar Yao Baifeng who entered the capital to become an official. Actually, to me, it doesn't matter how much ability Huang Shang, who is about to go to the capital and enter Taiwan, has. The key is that he is willing to go to Bailiang to become an official. That's enough. The imperial court has disgusted Bailiang for 20 years. In the future, the tables will turn. Hearing this, Great Ancestor Gu laughed heartily. Some of the tentative moves he had made in his heart also disappeared at this moment. The white-haired boy was so young, but he was already so generous. Why should he, an old man, be so narrow-minded? Perhaps it was because after the soldiers of Longway Slope intercepted them, and the devil cult blocked their way, the group walked unusually calmly. They steadily approached Kaisher Mountain. Before entering the mountain, there was a wine stall by the side of the road. When the old wine seller saw Huchunya, it was as if he had seen his own daughter. He refused to pay for the wine and took out good wine to greet the group. Huchunya didn't put on any airs and personally poured wine for Huang Daran, Su Zhan, Zhou Qinghu, and the others. As for Su Fengnian and his group of people, she ignored them. Su Fengnian didn't have a good impression of this unruly woman. At this moment, he thought that no matter how annoying a woman was, she still had a soft heart. Perhaps Huchunya would never know that her most likable moment was not when she wore heavy makeup to get married or when she was high-spirited in Jianghu. Maybe it was this kind of insignificant frown and smile. Su Fengnian sat and drank. Great ancestor Gu drank a bowl of wine and was in high spirits. He looked up at the mountain and saw the green after the snow melted. He said loudly, "Heaven and earth don't care, but the wine does." Huang Shang drank it all in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and smiled. It doesn't matter if it's good or not. Su Fengnian didn't join in the fun. He just smiled and clinked bowls with Yuan Zuozong and took a sip. It was reasonable that Kaisher Mountain was far away from the downtown area. The 40 miles of road into the mountain was narrow and difficult to pass. Otherwise, it would have been suppressed by the government. However, the next 20 miles gave people a feeling of suddenly opening up. The road was paved with large bluestone slabs, which could allow 3 carriages to drive side by side. It could be seen that Kaisher Mountain was very rich. The road was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. Huchunya was talking in a low voice with a middle-aged man who had a high position on the mountain. She turned her head and pointed at Su Fengnian from time to time. The man's face was deep and his eyes were fierce. Obviously, he didn't have a good impression of this uninvited guest. Su Zhan and Zhou Qinghu naturally didn't want to make trouble. However, in Kaisher Mountain, Huchunya was a well-deserved golden branch and jade leaf. Su Zhan could remind her, but he didn't want to. Zhou Qinghu wanted to say something, but he knew it was not appropriate. For a moment, the atmosphere on the road was a little strange. As more and more people came to greet Huchunya, dozens of riders galloped. Their momentum was not inferior to the soldiers on the Dragon Tail slope. The voices of young lady rose one after another, which made Huchunya proud, especially when a green-robed swordsman with an elegant look rode down the mountain alone and appeared in her sight. Huchunya's eyes were wet as if she had been greatly wronged. The swordsman with a good temperament was like a man in his 40s. The older he was, the more popular he was. There was an ancient long sword at his waist with 2 hanging tassels. In addition to the sword, there was also an eye-catching wine pot. The green-robed man bent down on the horse and patted his daughter's head lovingly. Then he cupped his fists and bowed to the crowd. Su Zhan and Zhou Qinghu, the 2 juniors, hurriedly bowed back respectfully. Kaisher Mountain was rich and had a lot of people. They roamed Jianghu alone and couldn't afford to offend them, relying on friends outside, especially nameless soldiers roaming Jianghu, was the same principle as a young scholar hoping to make a name for himself in the literary world. They all paid attention to the fact that many hands picked up firewood to make a name for themselves. It was a blessing to be able to form a good relationship. One's reputation depended on one's own efforts, and even more so on the support of seniors. Zhao Hongdan, who had married into Kaisher Mountain, knew his daughter's character. She didn't seem to believe in the slandering words at all. Instead, she paid special attention to Su Qi. When he went up the mountain, he took the initiative to rein in his horse and said gently, "Chuanya is still young. Thanks to young Master Su for taking care of her on this trip. I hope young Master Su can be frank with me on this visit to Kaisher Mountain. Since we've met, we're all brothers and can treat Kaisher Mountain as our home." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Su Qi has been famous in Quarry Mountain for a long time. Hero Zhao's 96 drunken swordsmanship is even more well known in Jianghu. Su Qi was really a little nervous before entering the mountain this time. After meeting Hero Zhao, I can finally relax." Zhao Hongdan laughed heartily and repeated the compliment a few times. On the sunny side of the mountain, there was a continuous stretch of secluded small buildings with bamboo groves. The scenery was elegant and elegant. It was for the guests of Kaisher Mountain to stay. The small buildings were built with small water bamboos. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. Most of the furniture in the buildings were also made with bamboo. There were bamboo flutes, bamboo beds, bamboo tables, and even some bamboo root carvings that were made by masters. Zhao Hongdan personally helped the group settle down. Only then did he bring his daughter, Hu Chuanya, up the mountain to meet the real owner of Kaisher Mountain. After leaving the building, Su Fengnian walked along a stone path into the bamboo groves. There were wooden fences on both sides of the path. Along the path, there were large red lanterns hanging on the bamboo groves. Presumably, after the sky turned yellow, the lights stretched out in two continuous lines. It was a rare and beautiful scene. Su Fengnian walked and walked until he arrived in front of an ancient temple. The spring water gurgled. The ancient temple was worshipped by the Hu family of Kaisher Mountain. It probably wasn't open to visitors outside the mountain. There was a plaque with the words "Multicolored Zen Temple" written on it. The couplet on the door was also very interesting. "If you don't turn back, who will save you? If you can change your mind, why do you need my mercy? Turn back." Su Fengnian smiled. He wanted to turn around and go back to his residence. The otherworldly item in the red robe appeared next to him. After recuperating for a while, its two faces had mostly recovered. However, its 6 arms had turned into 5, which made it look even more strange. Su Fengnian didn't want to enter the temple, but he didn't want to hurry back either. He walked to the brook outside the temple and squatted on a big rock, listening to the murmuring of the brook. The man and the otherworldly item were in a peaceful state of mind. The otherworldly item lowered its head and saw that Shi Yan's boots were stained with mud. It reached out and gently peeled it off. Su Fengnian smiled. "Don't clean it up. It will get dirty when we go back." However, the otherworldly item was still tirelessly doing this quiet and trivial task. A child's ear-piercing scream came from behind them. "Ghost! Ghost!" A group of well-dressed children were carrying bamboo baskets and hoes to dig winter bamboo shoots. They had harvested something in the bamboo forest. At this moment, they suddenly saw a woman in red who could turn her face around. Of course, they would think that she was a wild ghost hiding in the bamboo forest. "Don't be afraid. This is the temple. Let's smash that ghost to death together." "Yeah, Dad said that evil can't prevail over good. Ghosts are most afraid of the sound of chanting in the temple. Let's smash it while reciting the 1,000-character classic." When a slightly older boy shouted, he threw the hoe in his hand fiercely. The other children echoed and followed suit. The children in the Quarry Mountain could use medicine to strengthen their bodies at a young age. Their strength was much greater than ordinary children's. 7 or 8 hoes were thrown toward the brook. The few girls who were crying also gathered their courage. Their arm strength was relatively weak, so they couldn't throw their hoes to the stream bank. They began to recite the 1,000-character classic that almost All private schools would make their children memorize when they entered the school. After throwing the hose, none of them hit the target. The boys began to bend down to pick up lighter stones. Unfortunately, for some reason, whether it was the hose or the stones, their trajectories were changed. They lost their accuracy and fell around the white-headed ghost and the red-dressed ghost. The children weren't as timid as they were at the beginning. The more they fought, the braver they became. Even the most timid children began to laugh and throw stones as fun. After throwing all the stones around, they switched to the winter bamboo shoots in the bamboo baskets. Su Fengnian's arm was tightly gripped by it. That was why he didn't turn his head. "Let's go. Let's call Mom and Dad to beat the ghost," a boy ordered. A little girl glanced at the otherworldly item in the red robe with disdain. She said with disdain, "Ugly. It's really a ghost." She called it an ugly monster. Perhaps it was better than all of Han Jiaoxi's fierce methods outside Shenwu City. Su Fengnian was about to speak when he turned his head and saw that other than one of its arms tightly gripping his arm, its other 4 arms were cupping the 2 faces of joy and compassion. Its fingers were like hooks that seeped with blood. It was as if it wanted to tear off their faces. He gently raised his hand and pulled down her fingers bit by bit. He looked at the brook and wrapped his arm around her shoulder, letting her head rest on his shoulder. Her eye sockets were bleeding, for streams of blood and tears blurred her 2 cheeks. Su Fengnian murmured, "Su Ying, how can you be so beautiful? When I was outside Shenwu City, before I borrowed the spring and autumn sword, I thought, it's not bad to die with you." Her face was crying for joy, and her face was smiling for compassion. Chapter 804. The sun was setting in the west. At the peak of Mount Lantua, there was a mound of soil that had been used as a prison for almost 40 years. Suddenly, a golden light shone from it, as if a clay bodhisattva had cracked open, revealing an invincible golden body. Other than this mound of soil, there was an old monk sitting cross-legged on the ground, wearing a tattered kasaya. He was old, his snow-white eyebrows drooping down to his knees. He spun around on the ground, exposed to the sun and wind, causing his skin to be dark and wrinkled. It was like a dried-up field, making his white eyebrows look even paler. When he saw the mound of soil loosening and dirt falling to the ground, it was almost imperceptible. However, in the ears of this tantric Buddhism Dharmaraja, it was as if thunder was ringing in his ears. His long eyebrows fluttered in the wind, and his body became as still as a mountain. As a great monk of Mount Lantua, who claimed to have never lied in his life, he and another senior monk had been taking turns to wait here for more than 20 years. The white-browed old monk stood up and lowered his head submissively. He saw the debris falling down continuously and golden light radiating from his body. The immortal was revealed. At this moment, Mount Lantua was suddenly filled with the chanting of sutras. The mountain appeared even more majestic and dignified under the chanting. The old monk facing the east looked back to the west, and the sun was setting. He did not know if it was an illusion, but the mound of soil was like a sleeping lion that finally stopped napping. After opening its eyes, it shook off the dust and began to swallow the mountains and rivers. The afterglow lit up, and compared to the radiance of the sun in the sky, the brilliance was not inferior at all. Mahavairakana, the elderly Dharmaraja, slowly turned his head, and an old monk who seemed to have returned to the world of the living appeared in his vision. Compared to the white-browed old monk who was more than 100 years old, he was even older and more muddle-headed. He was withered and skinny, and probably did not even weigh 90 jin. Such a physique could be said to be extremely weak. Although Mount Lantua did not advocate martial arts, the senior monks of the past, like the six-jeweled guru, who was only his junior, were not weak in terms of cultivation base. Bodhisattvas lowered their brows in benevolence, and at the same time, they could subdue dragons and elephants. In the white-browed monk's vision, the old monk was silent and lifeless. Esoteric Buddhism had always been regarded as heretical by the central plains of the Eastern land. In the final analysis, it was the Confucianism and Taoism that held grudges against each other. Now that the Liang dynasty and Beimeng had almost wiped out Buddhism at the same time, it was actually Zen Buddhism that was destroyed. However, the white-browed old monk wanted to see the general trend after this catastrophe of Buddhism. He could not do it himself, so he could only pin his hopes on the pure, clean lion in front of him, who had made a great vow to not only become Buddha himself, but also to make all the people become Buddhas. The withered old monk finally opened his mouth. Before he spoke, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air like gray smoke. The filth in one's body and mind is like a glass bottle that can be broken with a hammer. But all living beings have 1,000,000 glass bottles, and the hammer is in the east. The white-browed old monk's expression changed as he clasped his palms together and chanted, "From west to east, if I don't enter hell, who will?" After saying this, the withered old monk, who was even older than the 100-year-old Dharma king of Mount Lontua, reached out his hand and touched the top of his head. It was as if he had smashed himself with a hammer, dispersing the golden light and illuminating the mountain peak. The white-browed monk's expression was sorrowful. Smashing the glass bottle with a hammer should have allowed one to become Buddha and achieve the supreme Dharmakaya. However, the monk knew that the monk in front of him was not like that at all. Above the West Mountain, an unusually bright sun seemed to have lost its support. After the monk's self-empowerment, the sun quickly dimmed, and the afterglow disappeared as it hurriedly fell down the mountain. The monk, who had white eyebrows that reached his knees, looked up again and could no longer see the old monk who had been enlightened for 40 years. There was a saying in the 2 Zen temples that one had an epiphany, but this pause had been rather long. The old monk could only hear the chanting of sutras all over the mountain. He sighed softly. Outside the Iron Gate Pass, an old monk flew across the desert and the Gobi Desert. Once he stopped to use his fingers as a knife to cut off the flesh of his arm and feed it to the young eagles between the cracks of the mountain wall. Another time, he squatted in the desert and watched the insects swim away. When the dying old monk came to the Kuei Gate, he seemed to be over 10 years younger than before. He stood still outside the Kuei Gate, absent-mindedly and dizzily. Judging by the people who came in and left the Kuei Gate in a hurry, it seemed that they had been here for days and nights. When the warriors of the Kuei Gate prepared to go and ask them some questions, the old monk had already disappeared. There were many dangerous mountains and deep streams in the northern border of western Shu. It was difficult to reach the central plains. An old monk dressed in a monk's robe moved like a swan. He came and went like the wind. He saw mountains and rivers and stepped on them. His withered skin had already begun to glow like a winter tree in the early spring. However, his eyes were getting more and more dizzy. His kasaya fluttered in the wind. His next step was where he wanted to land. He met a boatman pulling a boat on the shoal. The old monk appeared at the stern of the boat. He stepped into the bone-piercing cold river and listened to the chants of the Shu men. He slowly pushed the boat for 20 miles. Then he flashed across hundreds of feet in the deep mountains and old forests. With a loud bang, the old monk suddenly stopped. He held a winter bird that he had bumped into with both hands. His palms were badly mutilated. The old monk's eyes were confused. He first came to his senses, then silently grieved. Then he fell into confusion again, and his eyes became unfocused. He stood there for half an hour. During this time, the heavy rain fell on his head, and the snow and frost penetrated his bones. Until one morning, when the sun rose in the east, he suddenly turned around and headed east. He walked for thousands of miles through the yellow sand. He passed by the pool of Jin City, the ditch of Qiansun, and the narrow path before he finally set foot on the Central Plains. He took shelter under the wall of a small town and watched people walk with umbrellas. He watched people wash their clothes by the stream that was not higher than his knees. He listened to the night watchman's sound under the moon and stars, and he met frozen bones on the roadside in the ancient capital of the famous city. One day, the old monk, who was only 60 years old, saw a single word on a lonely grave in the wilderness. He didn't know why, but after traveling for thousands of miles and seeing thousands of people, he had already forgotten who he was, where he was going, and who he was seeing. The old monk continued to travel east in a daze. One day, he came to a green mountain. The wind shook the pine forest, and the sound was like waves. Using his mind, he floated up to an ancient pine and looked into the distance. He listened to the sound of the pine trees. After a full 10 minutes, he said hoarsely, "Pine trees." He firmly remembered the word, Lu. In addition, at this moment, the pine trees were like drums. The old monk was no longer old. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. To this monk from Mount Lantua who had traveled 10,000 miles to the east and forgotten the past, he was indeed not confused at this moment. He smiled and said, "Lu Song Tao." Jiang soon learned that a young crazy monk had come to the western regions. He traveled east, and his mouth seemed to be singing and reciting. Wherever he passed, he would suddenly kill anyone he did not agree with. Suddenly, he would instruct others to pass on the Dharma. On the boundless plain, young monks who seemed to be in their 20s were singing loudly and riding the wind. It was still the same useless song that had begun to spread across the Central Plains. Heaven and earth are useless. They are not worthy of my attention. The sun and moon are useless. They cannot exist together. Kunlun is useless. If it does not come, then it is me. Compassion is useless. I am sanctimonious. Peace is useless. My sleeves are empty. The great river is useless. It goes east and never returns. Wind and snow are useless. They cannot fill one's stomach. Grass is useless. It withers with each passing year. Meditation is useless. How can one become a Buddha? The young monk who was swaggering forward suddenly stopped and looked into the distance, as if he was looking at the scenery hundreds of miles away. He held his belly and laughed loudly. A series of loud laughter suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. He did not restrain his laughter. The tattered kasaya on his body began to flutter. Wherever he passed, there was no trace of him. He tore a gully in the ground. The young monk sprinted for 600 miles. He broke walls, entered forests, and jumped mountains. Finally, he collided with a white-robed monk who was also sprinting from 600 miles away. The ground within a radius of 3 miles instantly sank into a huge round pit. After the collision, the young monk paused for a moment and then continued to run forward like a river flowing east. He was still laughing. The emperor is useless. It is only 100 years. The king of hell is useless. He envies me for being free. Immortals are useless. All mortals laugh. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Where am I? Where am I going? Who in the world could block the path of this young crazy monk? Deng Tai had already gone to the sea to visit immortals. Chao Chongqing was determined to restore his country. Could it be Wang Xianji in the martial emperor city? The world did not know that there was a mountain between the crazy monk and Wang Xianji. On the main peak of Mount Zhulu, there were 3,000 white jade steps. A white-robed devil who had just entered Mount Zhulu was looking down at the world. There were 2 big spiritual energy fish one red and one green. They looked like carps, but were not carps. They looked like dragons, but were not dragons. The fish's whiskers were extremely slender. The fish floated in the air as if they were swimming. They swam around the white-robed man mysteriously. Besides the two strange creatures beside the white-robed man, there were two men of different ages near the steps. One of them was standing and the other was sitting. The younger one was less than 30 years old. He was short and had a dull look on his face. He sat on the steps and looked at the mountain scenery with his hands supporting his cheeks. The older one was about 40 years old. He carried a long cloth bag with a broken spear inside. The middle-aged man asked softly, "Sect Master, let Deng Mao stop that monk from the west." It was Bei Mang's words. The white-robed man asked calmly, "Can you stop Tuoba?" The man who called himself Deng, Mao laughed self-mockingly and shook his head. The sect master's meaning was very simple. If he could stop Tuoba, he would have the ability to stop that gray-robed monk. After all, even the white-robed monk Li Dongxin had not succeeded. The short man said, "Even if he is Lu Songtao who escaped a calamity back then, he might not be able to defeat the current Wang Xianji and Tuoba when he was at his peak." The white-robed man sneered. "Wait until you defeat the 9th in the world, Deng Mao. Then you can say that." Deng Mao laughed softly. "It will happen sooner or later. In the future, Bei Mang will have to rely on Hong Jingyan, and this